Hello, hello, and welcome to the revival of downloadable content, our first very live episode. We are all here. I am Brian, aka Royvis, and with me we have the two Rons.
I'm Ron.
And I'm Ronny.
Separated by only two letters. And welcome. A long time no see, gentlemen.
It's actually C, as Ronnie had put it.
It has been a while.
It has been...
Also, it's the first, as you guys both put, it's the first visual podcast.
Yes, it is the first live show, finally. The reason
you wanted to do this for a while.
Yeah, like this was something that I know we collectively had mentioned in passing on our traditional audio format that we had for 10 years. And
now Brian,
yeah,
just want to check, your thing still says 3 minutes starting soon on my end.
You're live. I see it says live, so we're good. As we get to play with the old technical difficulties.
No, I mean,
that's probably just technical difficulties on my end.
Yeah, because I'm looking on I have multiple screens here and I am showing live, so
don't worry about it.
First live podcast, we're going to smooth out the bumps. It's a bit of a jump going from just traditional audio to live and out
we have
there.
What? How many years of time did we have to smooth out the bumps in the audio version? It's going to take us a little while in video.
We had 183 episodes of practice in the previous one.
Yeah. Audio's fine. Video, we're still working on that newfangled moving picture technology.
We're slowly entering. I mean, hey, we're in the 20s. Isn't this like the introduction of the talkie era?
Yeah, the introduction of talkies and soon we're in a Technicolor.
Ooh! Oh my God, color! But yes, we're back again. Episode number 184, but for the first time on screen. So now you can see the faces behind the nebulous voices that you may have heard us. And we are talking. We're kicking things off today. We're talking Final Fantasy IV as it hits its 30th. It hit its 30th anniversary over the summer, and I figure to get back into the swing of things, let's do something that the old format we did a lot of, and that was anniversary episodes.
Some of our favorites, also some of the longest we've ever done.
The longest, because we had one that was supposed to be a two-parter turned to a three-parter.
Oh, Peter Jackson happened, and it became an epic. Hey, hello, Summer Night. Welcome on in. I'm going to see that a lot. Summer Night is a friend of mine from Sprites and Dice. He is one of the crew over there. So welcome aboard. We are talking Final Fantasy IV. But before we dive in, I have to do the usual plugs. Every single episode, all 183 of our audio episodes can be found on our website, dlcpodcast.com. They can all still be found on the big podcast hubs like Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google Podcasts, and Stitcher. And once this episode finishes airing, I will break this down. I will break it down, I'll extract the audio, and the audio will go up on those sites, but the video will remain here on Twitch for 14 days, but it will also be uploaded to the website and the DLC YouTube pages. So the link to our website is below. It's below the screen. It's so you can there. And
we're
also,
in lots of places.
We are.
Find us.
We are. So, and I'm very, very, very glad to be joined by two DLC veterans. We have my right-hand man here, Ron, who is over 100 episodes, and Ronny, who's in a perpetual chase.
I'm trying to catch up.
You are
trying to catch up.
It's always this thing where it's like whenever I'm around, Ronnie seems to be trailing in the shadows and just like stalking me.
That's okay. We got we have first, second, and third place here. So, we have the champions. So, all right. I think we've we've done our intros. So,
you've had what? One episode you weren't on, Brian?
I think it was like the Final Fantasy 2. It was like that, or then the Final Fantasy 14 and the 7 remake.
7 remake.
Okay. No,
Mega
No,
Man?
you're right. I'm like, I thought you were on the 7 remake one and you just didn't know anything, but I went, no, actually, you were there, you started the thing up, and then you were like, peace.
Yeah.
Basically.
He had the record. Yeah. Brian had the recording software. We just talked around him.
You did. Yes, you did. So, but now we're here and we're going to talk Final Fantasy IV, which is one of my all-time favorite games. As I was thinking about this episode, it occurred to me that this is not only the Final Fantasy game that I have beaten the most, 5 times, it's also the RPG that I have beaten the most, because I don't usually do multiple playthroughs of RPGs, but I've done five of them now for Final Fantasy IV. 2 of them on PS1, and then we had the DS, the PSP Complete Collection Edition, and I also just did the Pixel Remaster. So, we're a bit well-versed. And for those of you who are just joining us in the chat, thank you so much for stopping by on our inaugural episode. Feel free to chime in if you have any thoughts or opinions you want to share as the discussion goes along. That's one of the joys of Twitch. How you loved or hated Final Fantasy IV. Just remember, don't be a dick and be excellent to each other. That's all we ask. So gentlemen, to start things off, so this game came out July 1991 on the Super Nintendo here in the United States as Final Fantasy II. Did you guys did you play it at launch, or did you play Final Fantasy IV at a later time?
I played it at launch. I don't know if I picked it up on release day, but I picked it up very shortly afterwards. I had played Final Fantasy on the NES, and I was super into fantasy novels and things like that, so I was absolutely gung-ho for this. And it did not disappoint. Not at the time, at least.
I know for me personally, I did not play it on release. Mind you, when it released, I was a wee lad. I was but 4 years old. So, not necessarily the immediate prime audience for it. However, I do remember seeing my cousins who were gamers and were older, had a Super Nintendo, and they were playing Final Fantasy IV, to the 2 cartridge, obviously. And I was like, oh, what's this? This looks interesting. And then they go, oh, it's an adult game. And I'm like, why is it an adult game? Well, it's because there's cursing. I'm like, what do you mean there's cursing in there? And then they said, well, we can't show it because, you're 4. And,
cursing, 10 out of 10.
Oh, yes.
Mind you, this was them being teenagers, and no, they did not. There was not actually much cursing, but they just changed the name of the characters to, like, Dick and Jackass and Butthead and similar teenager names of the 90s, because they thought they were cool instead of just being like, normal kids.
Oh, I mean, I thought because I'm thinking like Final Fantasy IV doesn't have any. I mean, what was so offensive? You spoony bard? Like, what was?
No. They had to censor themselves.
Yes, they did.
I didn't play it proper until after Final Fantasy VI. I had gotten 6, obviously 3 is the cartridge, and then they were done with the cartridge for 2, and they just gave it to me basically, and I just played that afterwards.
So you can correct me because you've played it more recently, probably, Brian. But I actually think there is mild cursing in the redone translation for the DS.
The most recent version I played was the Pixel.
I think
remaster.
they said. Well, no, I know, but I don't believe the Pixel remaster used the same translation. I don't know what.
No, it didn't.
What theirs was, but yes, on the DS one, I'm pretty sure they do say "damn" at least once.
And the Pixel remaster, I think, may have had "bastard" in it. I don't. No, I just. Yeah.
Of course, to me, those are mild, but I'm not a parent, so.
I mean, damn isn't necessarily a curse word. It's just a descriptor of a hellish indicator.
Same thing with bastard. It's an accurate term if you use it correctly.
I'm just now waiting for George Carlin to come in with his 7 dirty words that you can't say on TV.
You can't say in Final Fantasy.
You can't say in Final Fantasy. For me, I did not come into Final Fantasy IV until much, much later. So I came into Final Fantasy much, much later. I didn't join the series as a fan until 7. So we get into PS.
Oh,
yeah, we didn't get into PS1. So after I'd played 7, 8, and 9, Square had decided to release and consequently rename because they had created some confusion in the United States by releasing Final Fantasy 1, 2, 3, 7.
I remember asking my cousins that when they had 7, it was just like, oh, why? What happened to 4, 5, and 6? And then my cousins went, the US 2 is Japan's 4, the US 3 is Japan's 6, and I'm like, okay, well, what happened to 5?
I don't know if this is true, but I believe that one of the people who worked on Final Fantasy IV, the translation came out and said that it wasn't Square, it was Nintendo that insisted they renumber them.
It wouldn't surprise me if it was Nintendo, because I thought we were going to be stupid and couldn't tell what was 2 and 3 in between.
Yep. Yeah,
that surprised me.
So I didn't get into the older games until Square they redid and ported 1 through 6, well, except 3. So my Final Fantasy IV, it was part of the Final Fantasy Chronicles collection that came bundled with Chrono Trigger.
It was 4, 5, and Chrono. It was
4 and Chrono Trigger.
Anthologies is 4 and 5. Chronicles is 6 and Chrono Trigger, I think.
Yeah,
I think
that's correct.
Yeah, so we had.
It was 6 in Chrono Trigger because that was one of the best. Like that was one of the best ways you could have spent your money.
That was like the best pairing because you're just like, oh, get 2 genre-defining RPGs for $35. Yes, please.
Even if the loading times were terrible.
Either way, that's how I got into the older Final Fantasy games, is when Square brought them to PS1. I'm looking at about maybe 20 years ago, when 22 years ago, when I was introduced to Final Fantasy IV for the first time, and as you know, it's a courtesy, but it's a 30-year-old game, but there's going to be spoilers abound. Just warning you now. Just say it.
30 years.
Do a retrospective with no spoilers.
Yeah.
30 years have passed. The time of spoilers is long since come and gone.
If you are afraid of spoilers and you've never played this game, stop watching. Watch this later on the VOD or on YouTube. Go get the Pixel remaster, because that's the most recent version, and then come back. But
Rosebud was a sled?
Yeah. For clarification, I was wrong. Chronicles is 4 and Chrono Trigger. Anthologies is 5 and 6.
Okay.
Yeah,
I remember.
I wikied that just now. I was like, wait.
I still have the discs. I still have my PS1 discs.
I think I have my PS1 discs too somewhere, and a PS1 too. I'm pretty sure I could probably plug them in and have it work if I wanted to, but that's not here nor there.
Actually, when I streamed Final Fantasy IV at the end of 2021, I hooked up my PlayStation 2 to my Elgato card and pulled out the disc to play it. So
you mentioned the Pixel remaster. I think at some point during this, we should discuss the myriad of versions of Final Fantasy IV, because there have been several.
Yes, there have. It's still not as many as versions of Resident Evil 4, but
or Skyrim.
But yeah. So, Final Fantasy IV, I remember when I popped the game in for the first time, and even though like that sort of epic introduction, like you have, even though it's Super Nintendo pixel graphics, it's like you have that theme of the Red Wing. So right off the bat, you have a.
When we went to the Final Fantasy Orchestra, I believe it was A New World was the one, which is a slightly smaller one than Distant World, and they do different music. Same people though. And the first thing they started with was the Red Wings, and it was glorious.
Uh-huh.
That song slaps. That song is, to me, underrated compared to a lot of the stuff that came later.
Like,
well, the thing that you get with the introduction is you get the first introduction of the Super Nintendo's technology, and you get to see the, I don't know if the Super Scope 6 technology was influencing it, but you still get to see the idea depth of like 3D, because you're hovering over the landscape as the airships are flying around. You get to see the improved graphics compared to the NES. And then you also get the improved.
Sorry, I was gonna say you also get the "Are we the baddies" moment.
Yeah.
Yes. Very early.
Yeah. Because in the backdrop of the Red Wings theme, you see like your main character like literally breaking into a town, killing innocent people. Well, really innocent in the sense they're defending their land, and taking a magic crystal from them.
Yeah,
and like getting called out for it too the entire time, being like, "Oh, we're the bad guys." What?
Which is, they're just doing what should happen in every RPG, because you normally break into people's houses and steal their shit. Now it's just part of the plot.
Now we're just getting called out for it.
Yeah. I mean, come on, this was 1991. This was gripping.
Yeah.
It was, though.
It was.
Here's the thing. I love Final Fantasy VI. I've gone back and forth many times. I actually think 6 is the better game at this point, but for a long time I went the other way. But at the time, nothing else was like this. Final Fantasy VI could only do what it did because Final Fantasy IV laid the groundwork.
Absolutely.
In every way.
No argument here. Like, Final Fantasy IV was probably, I mean, it's sort of widely viewed as like the first real narrative-heavy Final Fantasy game. Like, 1, 2, and 3 were enjoyable in their own right. You got to name your own characters, and you picked your own job classes. But 4, like, you had named characters, and you had a very, very very rich story that type of experience you really didn't get in the first 3.
Not just narrative heavy, I would say the first cinematic one as well, because you can look at several of these scenes and go, if they had FMVs, we would be getting those right there. Like, that's what that scene is.
It's also worth saying, too, that this is probably a good candidate for a system seller. So just for stating a fact, in Japan, the Super Nintendo came out November 21st, 1990, and in North America, it came out August 23rd, 1991. So the US release of Final Fantasy IV would have been probably 1990. Like it might have been a holiday game. I'm trying to find out that information right now. But still, having a game showing off the technology and the things you can do 6 months after the release of a console, being a quote unquote graphics heavy, story driven narrative, in 1991 is a big deal, because up at that point in time, your story-based games were literally just like arcade games mostly. Like your Bard's Quest and your, like, I don't even know if Leadership Larry was a thing at this point in time, but like they were like jokes more often than not.
Say, the Final Fantasy IV is really one of the defining games in my argument that there is a difference between a good game and an important game. We can argue whether the characters in 4 or 6 or whatever are which are the best, but nobody can deny how important 4 was to every RPG that came after it. It pioneered so many things that not just later Square games, but just later RPGs in general took for granted. Now it's just part of their toolbox, but it all came from 4, even if it later was expanded and made better in other games.
I mean, that's exactly it. And with the amount of re-releases and retranslations this game has had, depending on which version you play, your narrative, your experience with the story will almost certainly be completely different from somebody else's. I mean, the overall core story is the same, but
yeah,
but
and
go on.
Just briefly, near as I can tell, it looks like Final Fantasy IV was a day one release available in North America. So like
that's what I thought.
That I'm like, because it says it came out. As far as I can tell, the game came out like a month before it came out in North America, and so it would have been a day one release. And I can't find anything refuting that statement. And
it opened the floodgates, because Final Fantasy I didn't do super well in America. It did okay, but it didn't do the numbers they wanted. It didn't do numbers like it did in Japan. And same with Dragon Quest, even though they brought more than one over. It wasn't until Final Fantasy IV that it really proved that the RPG genre had legs in America.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's a reason that Final Fantasy 2 and 3 they were more hesitant to bring over, because there wasn't a strong belief in RPGs as a genre, especially among Nintendo, who was at the point publishing the games, I believe. And that's still correct?
I think that is. I mean, and also, because Final Fantasy IV came out so early in the Super Nintendo's life cycle, like for gamers that are, for our older millennial crowd here, like, we remember Super Nintendo as being like this sort of golden era of JRPGs, and Final Fantasy IV, as you earlier said, sort of opened that floodgates. I mean, to other franchises. I mean, you've got Breath of Fire, you've got, I mean, even other later Square RPG. I mean, you had Chrono Trigger, Super Mario RPG.
How many games would never have come to America if 4 didn't exist? Like, what would be if Square had given up on bringing RPGs to America? They considered it too expensive because of the translation. What would have been the first RPG that tried to break that barrier over here? Because I think a lot of other companies, like, translation was expensive. Like, for some of these games, I know some of the games, their translation budget cost as much as developing the game itself. And if you don't expect to get double the sales, why would you spend double the money to bring it somewhere else?
Basically.
I could see Square maybe bringing Final Fantasy 3 over as
I think so too.
Like, or 6, I should say. 6, Final Fantasy 6.
Yes.
At that point, I would say 6. If not 6, Chrono Trigger. Like that. Those are the only two that I would have seen them bring over as being like, okay, if we're not going to release Final Fantasy 4 in the US, like those are the only two that like might sell, because at that point in time you're pushing the graphical limits of the system.
I think Chrono Trigger would have been it if it wasn't 4, because Chrono Trigger really seemed like, and I don't know if this was intentional on their part, but it really seemed like it was courting the North American crowd. Like it definitely, like, it very much was using a more an American European aesthetic to it, with the towns and the areas. It felt like they were trying to hit that, and I mean, it worked. We're still talking about it today.
We're still talking about it. Now, I don't have the information in front of me, but was Chrono Trigger also in development at the same time as 4?
No.
No? Okay.
1995 for Chrono Trigger.
Okay. Duh. Should have known that. Okay.
So I'm just looking for my own sake, because
real-time fact-checking. There we go.
Yes, I think to kind of like back up Ronnie's claim of the Chrono Trigger thing, if they had brought over Chrono Trigger, it may not have been 1995 proper when they released it, but they probably would have released it in 1996 alongside a little-known anime called Dragon Ball Z.
Yup. And
that old thing? That little old chestnut?
I will say, with Chrono Trigger was not in development alongside 4, it was in development alongside 6, though.
Yeah.
I knew there was a concurrent development somewhere.
Yeah. Chrono Trigger came out after 6, but it had a super long development cycle for a game of the time, and I believe it started almost the same time as 6 did in development.
So, moving back to 4 here, just that whole opening.
Back to the game we're meant to be talking about.
Yeah, how about that? Tangents unknown to mankind. Just like, for me as somebody who was at that time very new to RPGs, because I hadn't played that many, and just seeing this perspective of you're possibly playing as a villain to start the game. Like, let's not sugarcoat it. Yes.
Your class is Dark Knight.
Yeah. Cecil's a jerk.
Cecil's a jerk. He calls himself out in it too, and he literally says to his white mage girlfriend, "I'm going to lose my emotions if I continue doing this." Like,
here's the thing: it kind of starts a trend, because in 4 you start as the villain, you're a Dark Knight. In 6, you're a mind-controlled weapon created by the evil empire.
And
you believe 7, you're created.
And in 7, you're a genetically enhanced.
You're a mercenary that worked for the evil corporation. Like, Final Fantasy really had a period of time where it was all about you're either playing a villain or a former villain. That's depth.
Yeah. So the quote unquote not well selling ones are 5, where you're just a dude.
You're a dude with a chocobo.
You're a dude with a chocobo.
The main character should have been the chocobo.
Dude with a chocobo. 8, where you are teenager mercenaries. And 9, where you're a thief. And then eventually steal the princess.
In 8, you're well-armed white kids. That sounds like villains to me.
You're teenagers given godlike powers and a sword with a gun on it. So I guess that's technically villainry of a sort.
In 9 you kidnap the princess.
In 9 you kidnap the princess. In 10 you're an athlete who gets transported into another world.
It's an isekai.
Yes, you're
an isekai.
It's the isekai. 12, you are
some dude.
You're a dude who gets involved in political bullshit. 13, you're a ragtag group of cursed individuals. And 15,
14, you're the hero of light.
Yes, but that's many more years from now.
Many more years from now. And like the game, like Final Fantasy IV doesn't really have a whole lot of slow points. Now, for a game that's about 25 hours long, it's a pretty solid game from start to finish. Like even after that whole intro where, Cecil is questioning himself, like, He questions the king, who will have absolutely none of it, and sends you off to bring a special delivery to this mountain village.
Bring this red ring to the town of Mist, and oh, by the way, you're losing your rank and your privileges, and you have to walk there because
for daring to have a thought.
For daring to questioning my orders, you're going to get stripped of your rank, lose your airship keys, and I have to walk to the town and deliver this red ring.
Or has depth that the earlier... I mean, Final Fantasy 1, you're nameless individuals. Final Fantasy 4, you're basically nameless individuals. Even in the remake where your characters have names, there's not a whole lot of personality there. 2 has some personality. That, like, the characters do show personality, but they don't show much growth or depth. 4, these are characters you can break down and go, these characters have arcs. At least some of them.
Yes.
Some have character growth.
Yes.
In
Not
some ways.
all.
Most have some character growth.
And some have character growth and then revert over and over again as they get mind controlled by Golbez.
Yeah, like with no accumulated memory whatsoever. Just, hey, how about that? But, you know...
To call a D&D stat, he has a very low wisdom score.
Yeah,
He's falling for the same tricks.
Yep, absolutely. But...
Damn it! How did I roll 1 on my wisdom save again? I guess I'm under the Mind Flayer's control.
Oh, goody.
But so, again, like, you're supposed to deliver a ring, and Kane calls out the bullshit and goes with you. So it's like, hey, that's kind of bullshitty. Let me go with you so you don't get, like, waylaid by monsters.
Yep, and, you know, he has this amazing ability in Jump, which saves your ass time and time and time again.
Or he jumps into the air and you kill the bad guy before he even lands. One of the two. It's usually the latter. Sometimes it's the former.
Or my personal favorite, like you have a boss battle, and you know Kane uses his jump ability. He's in midair. The boss winds up doing like an instant wipe. Kane comes back down, hits the boss for the final hit, and you win the battle because Kane's the last one.
So I got a question for you guys, but before I go into that, I need to ask, have all of you played a more modern version or just the SNES? I know Brian has. Have you played a more modern version, Ron? Where they kept the original abilities?
I have played the PS1 version where you have all the original abilities.
That's all I need to know. So my question was, we can all say how good Jump is because it was. Do you think Jump feels so good because so many of the other characters didn't have abilities anymore? Like, Cecil does not have his special ability.
He doesn't have Dark Side. Yeah, he doesn't have Dark Side, so you don't have your AoE killing thing.
I feel like they're kind of supposed to go together. Jump does a bunch of single target damage. Dark Side does a bunch of AoE damage.
Now that I think about it, I mean, you're right, because I mean, all of the other unique abilities that the other characters have, like Rosa has Prey, which by the time you get Cure 3 and Cure 4, that's useless. Like Palom and Porum have the twin ability. And I think one of them had like a cry.
I was gonna say Tella had Senality.
Tella, yeah. So, like, all of the other the unique abilities for each character, I barely used. Like, Jump was it. Like, because after a certain point in the game, those abilities become by and large useless.
See, it's hard for me to comment on this because I remember the abilities, but I remember them from the speedrunning perspective, from like the Free Enterprise. So it's like, oh, I remember like Palom and Porum Flare being freaking awesome, like because their stat scale even after they would normally leave your party. So like level 30, they scale. Like Flare does like 7k damage at like level 30, and you're just like, what the fuck? But like the reason why you remember some of these abilities and view them more than others is because they're also the characters that you end up having at the end of the game. So
Yes.
Kane's jump is good because he's going to be around for the entire game.
I
Lydia-
agree to a point. I think Kane specifically is not as much because of the end game. It's that jump carries you through the early game.
Jump. Okay, saying limiting this to the NA cartridge on release. Yes, jump does carry you through it because you don't have any AOE. You only have fight, and you only have fight and Cecil, and you have fight and jump on Kane, and you only jump with Kane ever because you can just assume Kane's gonna kill something on the jump. You just have Cecil just like spamming fight on whatever is left around. And then you get to the Mist Cave, and then you fight the Mist Dragon, and then you actually start seeing like a boss mechanic being used for the first time.
Yes, that Mist Dragon, you know, it does the thing where it dissolves into mist, and you can't hurt it at that point. Like, and
it also kind of counters you too.
You get a little prompt, you know, during the battle, which.
I was gonna say, so one thing we kind of danced around is, more than half of the abilities weren't in the Final Fantasy SNES release, the Final Fantasy II SNES release. Like most of them feel like they weren't, because we lost Darkside, we lost Recall, we lost Heal from Edward, we lost Prey.
You lost Punch and Bulk from Yang.
Yeah. Did the twins have either of their abilities?
They only had Recall or Twin. They did not have Cry or Wail or whatever their
Bluff.
Bluff. It was Cry and Bluff.
Yeah. Did Sid have Peep?
Sid had Peep.
Yeah.
Edge had Throw.
Edge had Throw, but didn't
Edge
have
had Ninja. He didn't have.
He had Ninja, and Fusayo didn't have Regen. So that's like 2/3 of the abilities were removed from the game.
And we're talking later versions, because I mean, if I remember correctly, like the PS1 port is basically identical to the Super Nintendo original, just with a better translation.
PS1 port, I think, had Darkside. I think it had Punch.
So PS1 had all of the abilities, but it used the Super Nintendo's translation.
Yeah, like I said, because I thought that both
it was hard mode. It was the hard mode version from Japan.
Yeah, like
just using the original translation. Unlike later that used the hard mode, but then had new translations.
Yeah.
Oh right, the North American version you got your abilities sooner, and the Japan version didn't have. Japan version was the quote unquote hard mode. Forgot about that.
Well, Japan had two. Japan had two versions, a hard mode and an easy mode. Our Final Fantasy II was easy mode with changes. But the hard mode had everything.
Yeah, the PlayStation 1 version, I believe, was almost identical to the original Japanese.
Yep.
Because
still with the crappy translation.
I mean, some of those crappy translations are timeless, though. I mean, look at how you Spoony Bard has entered the lexicon.
I'm aware. It's just let's just wait. It has
Oh,
some memorable lines. It is objectively not a good translation.
Oh no!
For getting the meaning of what it's trying to say across.
Funny does not equal good all the time. Does not equal good.
Oh yeah, I didn't say the translation was good. I just think
kind of like when they redid the translation for Symphony of the Night, and everyone was angry that you're not a miserable little pile of secrets anymore. Sometimes when you have classic things like that, sometimes you just have to go, we're going to correctly translate 97% of this and then keep the 4 funny lines that became memes.
That's what happened.
Yeah. But like, so again, like going back to it, like this is the first time we see like a boss mechanic being introduced for the Mist Dragon, and we see this being carried out now. It's an RPG staple now, basically.
Yeah.
Where it's
in America, Final Fantasy III had a bunch of boss mechanics. In fact, if anything, they tuned it back in Final Fantasy II.
Well, this is because 2 was the first time they actually did boss mechanics, right? Or 4?
No, Final Fantasy III Japanese had a ton of boss mechanics. You had you had the Garuda one where you had to use jump or you basically instantly died. You had I replayed the game relatively recently. I'd have to look up each of the bosses, but it felt like they went overboard on boss mechanics because it was basically you have to do this or you can't win.
Well, this is also them trying to push the job system for the first time too. So they wanted you to do the jobs and spend an extra time grinding.
Right.
That's exactly. I get why. I'm just saying it definitely 4 turned it back a bit, which I think was better because I know why they did it, but I feel like it was overdone in 3.
Well, they're trying to sell a job system in Final Fantasy 3 NES. That's why they pushed it.
They wanted all the bosses to be puzzles, but
they
didn't know what they were doing, so they weren't great puzzles.
Yeah, because and then 4, they had to design around fixed classes, so they have to design okay, when you're fighting X boss, you're only going to have this many characters, so we need to design the boss fights with these characters in mind. So, when you have Cecil and Kain for the Mist Dragon, it's okay, well, there's not going to be any healing, so we have to make sure that any damage we do is going to be potionable.
Yep.
Which actually brings up a really good point in that Final Fantasy II Japanese had that single party member that could switch out, but your normal crew is always the same. This is one where it went, not even talking about from a story perspective, but from a gameplay perspective, they tried to keep the game fresh by switching your whole party in and out, so you don't get into a rut of using the same things all the time. You have to learn new strategies for each different group of characters.
Yeah, it's also a thing, too, where they were also trying to challenge the game in a different way, because there are certain sections of the game where your only healer is Tella, or your only healer is Cecil,
or your only mage is or with stronger spells. That definitely comes into play a little later on.
Edward becomes so much goddamn more useful once you have heal that lets you use one potion on the entire party.
Absolutely, and that just it's
by taking his abilities away, you literally took away his entire point as a character. Yeah. He was the healer for you. He was a non-magic healer.
Yeah, and and I was gonna say that's part of the I don't know, call it an issue, but the development, porting, translation choice they had to make with regards to memory space, because keep in mind too, language is a difficult thing, to put it mildly, and doing
way more space to say the same amount of stuff in English as opposed to Japanese, where one or two characters could be a full word. Meanwhile, for us, 24 letters and then a space.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know what word is 24 letters that I'm referring to right now.
Anti-disestablishmentarianism. It's not 24, but you know what I mean.
Oh, look, it's a word Scrabble worth 980 points.
Even if it's just it's one character versus 3 characters or 4 characters, you're still doubling, tripling, quadrupling the size.
Like if you want to do flowery language, like you could just be like Cecil's constitution is failing, which could be literally 2 characters and being like low, like constitution failing in Japanese, whereas that's like 25, 30 letters in English.
It also helps that Japan has whole versions of words because of their system of language. So they have just regular 1 or 2 character words that show that this character speaks more plainly or more formally. Meanwhile, for us, it usually takes a lot more words to show that someone is speaking formally or flowery.
English is not an efficient language.
Yeah, it's not.
English is absolutely...
Yeah, the benefit of English, if you want to call it that, is that the characters, the words don't really. Like,
words
the cow is a cow is a cow versus...
Oh, yeah.
Versus, like, you could...
Having male and female versions of certain words, of most words in some languages.
Yeah.
Feminine and masculine versions.
You also have, like...
Why is the mailbox... Why is the mailbox using male pronouns? I'm curious.
I don't know.
It's the little red flag.
So... back to the game here.
Yeah.
Back to the game here. We end up meeting one of my favorite characters of all time after you get through. You get, in Final Fantasy, sure, Rydia. We get to meet Rydia.
Rydia is my favorite character in Final Fantasy, and a huge part of why Final Fantasy IV was my favorite game, even when I actually enjoyed some other ones later more. But just, she's such a good character.
Especially when, like, I mean, especially you as Cecil and Kane traumatized the hell out of her because she's this kid, and when you realize, you know, you brought the thing the king told you to bring. When you realize, oh shit, it's a bomb ring. And congratulations, you just murdered the entire town.
Also, keep in mind, too, you also killed Rydia's mom because she was the mist dragon in the cave.
Oops! And first... for me, that was like the first really big... well, there go my emotions. Right there. That's the first, you know... We just hit the floor like, what?
Yeah, just casually commit a war crime just because the king said so, and... Just because you aren't aware of it doesn't mean you didn't commit it.
And
are we the baddies? Are we
the baddies? Like, and just the way Rydia reacts, like she summons Titan.
Yeah, and mind you, Rydia's a 5-year-old kid, I think, right? She's like 5 at this point.
She's young.
I think she's under 10 at this point.
Yeah.
I don't think they ever say her name in the game. I know they have in out-of-game materials, but I don't remember. I'm going to Google it now. You
you go ahead. Like, the point being is, like, this is like a kid who, and like, all we know about this town is apparently there's summoners here. And like, 7. Okay, well, what's a summoner? She's 7?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So you have a 7-year-old kid who, in the span of 5 minutes, basically, the mother has
lost her mother, her town.
Yeah, has an aneurysm. Her mother has an aneurysm because we killed her mom's spirit body.
Dragon.
Yeah. Her town gets destroyed, and the people who are responsible for it are trying to tell her to calm down because they're going to kill her too. And so the reaction she has is, in my opinion, quite understandable. Massive panic followed by using unbridled magical energies to summon Titan and cause an earthquake and a landslide.
I can't say how many times that's happened to me. I mean, it's a very understandable reaction.
And you just get so it's just a traumatic moment that it's just like I'm just gonna. Here are the people who are causing my trauma. Die.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it's quite reasonable reaction we want to do for most situations.
I think so, but after that, you wind up separated. The first of many separations. This game does a lot of them.
Oh my God! There's a
lot of catastrophe in this game.
Yeah. So one earthquake and landslide later, you're on the east side, Kane's on the west side.
Yeah, we don't know how. We never know how Kane winds up, escaping that. But you, Cecil and Rydia are, you are together, and you go to a nearby inn, and
not even together. She's passed out, and you and Cecil by yourself have to walk across the desert to the inn.
Yeah, and
hope you don't die.
You don't. I mean, yeah. You get taken to an inn, and despite all this, the soldiers of Baron have been able to follow you throughout all of this.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they have airships.
They have airships.
They do have airships, and that's fine. But it's like, what? Do you have a tracking beacon?
Yeah. Point being is
only one town.
Yeah. Point being, because the other town just got buried in a landslide.
Yeah. Exactly. So where else are you gonna fucking go?
Yeah. Okay, it's been 12 hours. How far could he have gone? We're gonna do the manhunt for the one-armed Dark Knight.
Yes, the only Dark Knight.
Yeah. Anyway, point being, Baron soldiers show up and say, "You need to come back with us, and you also need to kill the kid." At this point in time, Susan's just like, "Wait, what's going on?" And then the soldiers go, "He's resisting. Kill everyone." And this goes like, "Wait, what?" And just now you're in a fight with the Baron soldiers.
It's like, give us the girl want to wipe away the debt. Wait, wrong game.
Yeah.
But
at this point in time, but at this point in time, Susan's just like, "No, fuck this. These orders are bullshit. You're bullshit. I'm going to kick your ass." And then you proceed to promptly kick their ass. And depending upon how good you
development.
are. Yes, you have character development. And depending on how good you are defeat the soldiers, or one of them runs away because he's a baby.
I was going to say, we got into this talking about Rydia, and it's just very interesting to see kind of a realistic character growth and character arc with her, where she starts out not trusting you, and you have to get her to open up, and then she becomes the sassy 7-year-old that tells adults off.
Yes.
And we all love that.
And we do. We do love
that. And to be fair, you have character growth because, like, Cecil realizes this is bullshit. The king has gone mad, and to figure out why the king has gone mad. And then Rydia is like, okay, you're a bad guy, however, you realize your mistake. And she shows wisdom beyond her age by saying, okay, I'm not going to murder you on the spot with my magic.
Yes.
And then later, we get Final Fantasy Shippuden when she ages to an adult and becomes a new character.
Yes, but that's later. But the point
but I'm just saying, like, through her arc, she has a pretty solid, like...
She has character growth, not just emotionally or spiritually or mentally, but physically. She has character growth.
Yeah.
She gets taller.
Yeah. But anyway, Rydia now becomes the healer because she has black magic and white magic, and she can run away summon Chocobo. No Titan just yet, just Chocobo.
Yeah, and what I had forgotten when I played this.
You could also get Goblin and Mind Flayer.
Yes, what I'd forgotten when I had played this was that Rydia only has the ability to use white magic for a little while.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I forget that. And yeah, you can also... There's, like, I think 4 or 5 enemies that Rydia can gain as summons. I never got them.
Before we get into the summonings, just let me correct something. Rydia can always use black magic. She can't use fire. You can get ice before before you learn how to use fire.
Ah, because that's a plot point.
It's a plot point, yeah. The plot point thing too
Character growth.
is that for Rydia, you get honestly because Free Enterprise shows this, you can get the learning fire itself is a plot point. You don't unlock fire spells unless you do the trigger for it for Free Enterprise purposes. So like you could in theory have a level 50 Rydia with every spell except the fire spells.
Yep.
Until you do the plot point to get for fire spells.
Yep. Because that's...
But it's like just to show like it's an actual flag in the game, not just a hidden like level gated thing. It's an actual flag and it's actual data flag in the game.
Yeah, it's hard coded into the program that the programming that you only can get this if this.
That's super cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Rydia has her set of regular summons that you get automatically throughout the course of the game. Then you have optional summons, and then you have drop summons. The drop summons are the ones you could get at this point, which are Goblin Bomb, Mind Flayer, and Cockatrice.
Yeah, in any of the my 5 playthroughs of Final Fantasy IV, I've never gotten the drop summons.
They're very rare.
I got all of them. Oh, they're super rare. You can get Goblin super early. You can get Goblin the moment you get Rydia. It's a drop in the Mist Cave, so technically you can get the item before you even get her, and it's also in the Antlion's Den.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So but the thing is that these are very rare, and they also get outscaled very, very quickly.
Yeah.
Like literally, next dungeon they get outscaled. Like they are garbage, only meant to be used for like the most rarest of circumstances, and even then they're usually not worth it.
Yeah. Even Chocobo, like your first summon, your first actual like Chocobo is already miles better.
Yeah, and Chocobo gets outscaled by the time you get to Mount
Ordeals.
Gold, I think.
Mm-hmm. Now, what doesn't get outscaled are the optional summons, like Leviathan or Bahamut or Odin.
Those ones are still good.
Those are always good.
Yes, because those are tied to her stats. They're not tied to the limited scaling of at that level. But
they're meant to be end game.
Yes. But you go through trying to figure out a way to get back to the Baron. You can't go south because the mountains collapsed. And the only way to go now is you have to kind of like loop your way around the rest of the continent. So you go north, get into a cave, and you meet up with this dumb old man who's trying to get to the next castle on the opposite side of the waterfall, but he's having trouble getting past some squid thing in the water.
Yes.
So he needs the power of the Dark Knight to basically face take the tentacles for him while he blows everything up.
Old man yells at waterfall. Got it.
Yeah. Basically. But that's also you find out through the dialogue that he's pissed at he's very angry at something, but you don't know yet. All you know is that he needs to it's implied that he needs to save his daughter, but you don't know what from yet.
Yeah.
This is one of those few cases where with Tella that I don't mind that they removed his ability because his ability was dumb.
Yeah. For those who aren't aware, Recall would randomly cast any spell Tella could know, including ones he did not have on his spell sheet at the time.
Right.
Mind you, at this point in time...
No. He had them on his spell sheet. He didn't have enough MP to cast them.
No. His spell sheet at the time has Cure 1, Cure 2, Life, and a couple other things. And Black Magic, he's got like Fire 1 and Fire 2. If you recall on Tella, you can randomly...
No, you're right.
You can randomly get like Fire 3, Holy Flare, and like everything but
Meteor.
Meteor. Like, you can get everything but Meteor. On recall.
I was gonna say Meteor was on his spell thing. It just you never had the MP to cast it.
Well,
that's what I was.
Yeah, Meteor. Yeah,
no, he's right. He's right. But
it straight up is.
Yeah.
I thought they were all like that, but I guess I'm wrong. But I know Meteor was.
Yeah, Meteor. Okay, so for the reference, his stats work weird. The more levels he gets, he starts to lose stats. Like his intelligence goes back up, but he starts losing.
Okay. Here's what I'm thinking of. I'm misremembering him. At Mount Ordeals, he remembers all spells.
Yes,
and that's when he has and that's when he gets Meteo, but you can never cast it because he never has enough MP to cast it deliberately.
Yes, that's a plot point too.
Plot point.
Yeah. In Free Enterprise, you can give him, I think it's silver apples to give him plus max MP to eventually let him cast it.
Here's what I didn't know. Recall only casts black magic.
Yes.
Yep.
Because they didn't. They purposely did that to make sure that you don't accidentally cure 3 or cure 4 an enemy.
It makes sense. I didn't realize that's.
The problem is it's an RNG table, and RNG could be anywhere between fire and flare, and you're just like, oh my god.
Here's the funny part: that failure chance for recall to do nothing, that was not in the hard mode versions.
Yeah.
It's because they took out spells, and instead of changing the percentages, they just made that
failure chance. Yes. Now, because easy mode doesn't have some of the debuff spells or buff spells, and then hard mode has all those spells. But
he lost. I'm looking at a list right now, and he lost 4 spells, and they're all status spells.
Yeah. Silence, poison, frog, blind.
Got Toad here, so frog. Bubble, faith, and bravery.
Bubble, faith, and bravery sound like white mage because Bubble is like plus max HP. Or like Bubble might be poison actually. I don't remember. Faith should be buffing your.
Yeah, no. Bubble's a white mage spell. I don't know why they said it's because your white mages don't get bubble.
Yeah.
The only way to get to cast bubble is through recall or twin cast.
Yeah, bubble should be doubling your max HP.
And I'm betting faith. Yup. All of those are bubble, faith, and bravery are all white mage spells, but white mages don't get to cast them. They can only be cast through twin cast or recall.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the only real spell
I'm not familiar with those. I'm like, wait a minute.
Yeah, well, those spells show up in 12.
Yeah, they show up in a couple different games.
Yeah. Mind you, those spells are busted. Like, oh, I'm doubling my max HP. Oh, I'm doubling my wisdom's casting for my white mage healing. Oh, I'm doubling my attack power.
Oh, you can go berserk very quickly with that. That is. Yeah.
I mean, there's also berserk, but mind you, this was my berserk first playthrough was basically just like one-shotting everything.
I walked right into that. But yes, you.
But you fry a squid with Tella and Rydia while Cecil face thinks everything.
Yep, and then I believe after that you head to Damsayan Castle.
Mm-hmm.
Where
by the way, it gets carpet bombed.
Yeah, you also find out why you're going to the castle. But yes, you find
I feel like Baron is America and the rest of the world is the Middle East. And then gonna go in and steal everything important to you and carpet bomb you into that?
No. You know, topical.
Yeah, this would have been.
And it was topical at the time too.
It's within Iraq War 1, so the topical at the time as well. So not wrong. But yeah, we get to the ruins of Dalmasca and see that Tello is trying to save his daughter from
I know why you're saying it.
A musician?
It's not Dalmasca.
It's Dam Cyan Castle.
Dam Cyan, sorry.
Yeah.
And
trying to save the daughter from a musician because the daughter ran away with Lenny Kravitz.
He ran away.
If only you were some kind of alchemist that could use potions in unique ways, I'd be fine. But instead, you just have the hide ability. What kind of adventure hides?
Yeah.
0 stars.
I have a thing to say on that. But you find out that he's pissed off because his daughter eloped, and.
Yeah.
But yeah, you come back out on the world map and you're like, hey, there's the castle. And hey, you just see very quickly just this V-shaped formation of the Red Wings just and destroyed. Just very quickly like, hey, womp womp. Just comes right in
also,
and castle.
Just talking about Edward. If you play a version of Final Fantasy IV where you can set up your own party for the end game, Edward is a demigod because he works like Onion Knight, where the higher level he gets, his stats exponentially grow.
Yeah, so the Game Boy Advance version, it takes a while for him to get there, mind you. But once he gets up Hollow Harp and he gets to be around level 50, he just starts like guitaring people into oblivion.
He is at max level. Edward is the most powerful character in the game.
So it's basically like like obviously I've never done that, but it's like if you had Edward in your final party when you face Zeramis and just suddenly like, who's your god now?
Pretty much. But it's also a thing too is that to kind of reflect on that, like the stat scaling, like I mentioned previously, works wonky in this game. Like Tello loses stats when he gains levels. Edward scales exponentially. Yeah, Edward scales exponentially. He's a quadratic bard versus linear wizard here.
The reverse of D&D.
Yeah.
Actually, no, not the reverse of D&D. Bards are broken in D&D too.
Yeah, I was gonna say bards are busted in D&D. What are you talking about? Anyway, but like Paladin Leporum stats are almost always going to be mirror opposites of each other. Except for their strength stats, because their strength is going to be terrible either way because they're both wizards. Fusoya's stats never change, I think, as far as I'm aware. Like if he gains a level, he gets like plus 10 HP. That's it.
Yeah,
I think doesn't he gain more HP than other characters, but he doesn't gain other stats? I could be misremembering that.
I thought for Fusoya, he only gained a fixed amount of HP every level, and his level gate is so astronomically high. At most, you usually only get one level with Fusoya.
Yeah, you don't have him for long. You don't have him for long, so that doesn't surprise me.
You have him for technically a dungeon.
Yeah, you don't have him for very long, so it wouldn't surprise me that you don't get a whole lot of gain.
You can have him. You can have him for 2 if you do Bahamut after.
If you do Bahamut, I mean, the smart thing is do Bahamut after you get Fusoya.
Which I did on my last playthrough. Like, haha!
Also, barring cheesing, because, oh my god, Final Fantasy IV, you can cheese a whole lot of bullshit in this game. I mean, even without going in to talk, Free Enterprise taught me this. You can stack certain attacks to where you kill a bad guy, they summon another bad guy. You kill the bad guy again, they summon another bad guy. Rinse and repeat ad infinitum until you run out of mana, and then kill everything. Get a boatload of experience. Also, AKA.
I'd just rather take a King Metal Slime. I know we're crossing games at that point, but
Yeah, but the point being is that Yeah, and like for free enterprise, you're trying to level up characters because they come in at the level of when you would meet them at the appropriate story moment. So
Yes.
so as an example, like you get Palamaporum, they're going to be Palamaporum still, but they're level 10 or 1 or whatever level they are. I don't remember what the level they are, but they scale very well because their stat scaling on them is actually quite good. Like they are legitimately, like if they would legitimately be viable in endgame of the vanilla game if they happen to hit level 50. Problem is, they don't because they go turn to stone at like level 10 or 15.
Yeah. Again, another set of characters you don't have very long. It's
Yeah.
but speaking of characters you don't have very long, Edward. We get
Yeah.
our introduction to Edward, who is an emotional wreck, and I felt very strongly for Edward. I know he gets shit on a lot. He gets shit on a lot.
He gets shit on in real life and in game.
Yeah.
Like he is the most hated character probably in Final Fantasy among older fans.
I
A
mean,
lot of it.
go on, keep going, and then I'll add to that.
I was gonna say a lot of it unjustified. I like I said, I think people would have thought more of him if he wasn't so bad mechanically, and he's only bad mechanically because they took away the whole purpose for him to exist. If he was our white mage but with potions, I don't think people would have had as much of an issue with him.
And I think you're right. And to add to that before you go, Ron, just as a character, I like him quite a bit because I mean he suddenly has to rule a kingdom by himself because he's the only one left. He just lost his fiance. He's got an angry old man after him. Like the boy needs a hug. And
he's not gonna get that from Cease. I'll tell you that right now.
But the frustrating thing for Edward, and you just hinted to it, Ronnie, is that in battle mechanically he's a bit, especially when he runs on his own initiative, when he flees the field on his own initiative because his HP has gotten too low. I know when I first played Final Fantasy IV, that frustrated the hell out of me. Like, because you'd see him drop, you drop to yellow, dangerously low. So I'm like, all right, I'm just gonna fire off a potion or cure one, next move. But then he flees the field before you can do that. It's just like, ah.
I think that's people's biggest issue with it is because that flee mechanic is another story flag.
Mm-hmm.
And that once you clear the flag, he sticks around the battlefield for the rest of the fight. Even if he dies, you can still res him afterwards. He doesn't run away. But until you clear that flag, he runs when he gets to like minimum HP, and it's just so annoying because you're trying to heal him, and he just runs because that's what his AI flag is supposed to do.
Yeah.
I believe in the Game Boy Advance version where after a certain point in the game you can switch your characters and get multiple ones in your party. I believe that Edward no longer flees the battle. He still has the ability if you use it manually, but he will no longer leave at low HP.
If memory
because his cowardice is gone because we've dealt with his character arc.
If memory serves, he flees until you kill the water hag. Once you kill the water hag, and he has that moment of like reconciliation of, okay, my girlfriend / fiance / wife is dead. I need to stop being a bitch and actually do my goddamn job and actually try and stop Baron from taking over the world and getting all the crystals. He stops fleeing.
That would make sense. I typically top him off so that I rarely ever see him flee.
Yeah,
so I may not have noticed.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that by this point in time, because you go into the Antlion Cave. No, it's not the Antlion Cave. It's the Antlion Cave, right? Because you have to.
It's the Antlion Cave. Yeah.
Yeah,
You have to go.
because you find out very shortly after you get Edward that, oh, by the way, Rose has followed you because she was so worried about Cecil that she crosses the desert and gets sick. She gets
heat stroke.
Yeah, and you have to go into this. You need a specific item from the Antlion.
You have to go in the you have to go in the Antlion den to get the Antlion ruby, which may or may not just be an Antlion baby egg. I don't know. Some item basically to help cure heat stroke. And then so you go into the Antlion cave, you get the Antlion, you fight the Antlion. Is Tella with you during this? Tella left. Yeah.
Tella leaves because after you see Edward, you find out what the hell happened, and that's when you hear the name Golbez for the first time as Cecil's replacement. So wow, Cecil was replaced like that. Like damn. Like
yeah.
How expendable are you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then Tella leaves after the bombing, and you get Edward because he's like he leaves to go track down Meteor because he's like, if I'm going to go fight a Baron, I need the power of a meteor to nuke the town.
Yeah, he has his temper tantrum with Edward. You get the "You Spoony Bard," the memorable "You Spoony Bard" line. He hears the name Golbez, and immediately, his rage boner shifts from Edward to Golbez, and he leaves.
Yeah. And so you go to the Antlion cave. You get the Antlion ruby. You bring it back to Rosa. Get cured. You have your moments with Edward where he 1v1's a water hag, and he tries to man up a little bit. After that, you go with Rosa to
Fabul.
Gabul.
You go to Fabul because that's where you think Baron's going next, because you want to defend the Wind Crystal.
Wind Crystal. Yeah. No. Earth. Wind is the water, is the ladies with the forest.
No, I thought Earth was where the magnetic cave was. I think Wind is...
Oh, it is Wind. Yeah, you're right. I got it mixed up. It is Wind.
That is correct.
So you're going to cross the mountains to go to Fabul. Along the way, you run into Yang, and help him fight off a bunch of bombs.
Yep.
So wait, you're telling me in Final Fantasy IV, there's 4 crystals for each element, right? That's all the crystals we're ever going to see in this game.
Oh, absolutely, totally, 100%. Why would you think otherwise?
Why would you assume that there's more crystals? There are only 4 crystals ever. It's always fire,
there's
water.
Only 4 crystals.
It's always fire, water, earth, air. It's like the 4 L. It's like Avatar.
It is.
And it's the 4th game. They make them super important. They're main parts of the story. They're we're going to steal them from places. Like this is going to be super important. It's just the 4.
Yep, absolutely. Why would you think otherwise? I mean, all you need is heart, and then you can summon Captain Planet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Along the way, so you're crossing the mountains. You meet Yang. You find out Yang's squadron of monks, because Fabul is a monk-based military. Apparently, punching a bomb is a bad idea, and all the other monks got blown up.
Oh, man. That's like, what does this red button do?
Yeah.
Okay, let's be honest here. As good as this game is, there are some people in this world who've made really bad decisions.
There are many people in this game who dumped intelligence as their stat.
And his name his name is Sid.
Like, I'm convinced the reason you're the heroes is because you're the only people with above 10 intelligence.
Kind of.
I don't even think Cecil has 10 intelligence. I think Cecil just has straight 10, and everyone else has like 8, except for Edge. Actually, Edge might have a 12. He's an idiot, but not that kind of idiot.
He's an idiot in other respects.
Yeah. But you go to Fabul. You try and help fend off the Baron army from invading. with the girls hiding, mind you, because why have white mages with you when you're trying to fight a war? I don't know why. That seems anti counterintuitive.
Either way, you fail.
You fail, and then by the way, you fail because Kane shows up and proceeds to nuke you.
Yeah,
with dark wave.
Yeah,
and you're just like, wait, that's not your move. That's not your giant blast move. What are you doing with
Where did you get that?
Yeah, Kane shows up and then nukes you, and then this is the first time we see Golbez? No,
this is the first time you see Golbez, and he's got his own theme, and
he taunts you, drops salted earth on you, keeps aggro. Like it was an easy tank and spank. There's nothing you could have done.
There's nothing you could have done. You did all of that, and you have your first moment of curse you and your inevitable betrayal.
Yeah,
because Kane happens, and oh, by the way, Rosa gets kidnapped.
Yep. And so now you're going to take a boat from Fabul, sail to Baron, to try and rescue Rosa and also stop Baron by basically just invading them with your force of 4 of Cecil, Yang, Rydia, and Edward.
Yeah. Good plan. Good plan.
Going by sea instead of and just getting trying to travel by sea and hopefully not get blown out of the water. Approximately 5 feet after leaving the docks of Fabul, Leviathan shows up and proceeds to eat the boat.
Yep, and once again, party separation number 2.
Yeah.
This next part of the game is one of my favorite moments in the game from a story perspective, because it's just Cecil.
It's just Cecil. You wake up on a shore, and you walk to the nearest town. And by the way, you remember that town you went to where you killed a bunch of people and stole their crystal?
That flashback scene right at the start of the game. This is the Cecil is hoisted by his own fucking petard.
So, speaking of what we're gonna get to in this, what is it with Final Fantasy IV and sassy children?
What is with RPGs, JRPGs, and sassy children? It's not unique to Final Fantasy.
No, but there's a lot of them in Final Fantasy.
There are. I'm not arguing that.
Above average amount. An above average amount.
So it's easier to write sass for a 7-year-old because they don't know social tact or respect. Then it's to write a kid as a 7-year-old with respect and social tact, because that implies what's going to be on their years.
Also, it's generally unacceptable to punch a small child for saying something to you. As opposed to if an adult said that to you.
Yeah. Consequences. But we can't go punching the children. That's a bad thing.
Yeah. Mind you, consequences, if you go through Mysidia, talk to NPCs, some of them will turn you mini or turn you into a frog.
Or yes,
they will.
Oh man. And if you don't have any items that can cure you of that could be pretty hairy. But this is one of my favorite moments in the game. Cecil walks into Mysidia and is just everyone is just you.
Yeah.
And Cecil, all Cecil can do is basically be hi guys.
Yeah. Cecil walks up to the town mayor.
The elder,
he harangued, and the elder was like, okay, if you actually really truly mean that you're trying to reform, go to Mount Ordeals and go with these 2 bumbling idiots next to me and be someone's pal and pour them to quote unquote guide you to where Mount Ordeals is. When in actuality,
not bumbling idiots.
Oh, yeah.
One of them is a bumbling idiot.
Yes.
Canonically,
Palam's the idiot. Porum's the respectful one.
I'll say I can never keep the two of them straight. Canonically, the girl is one of the best skilled mages there that is respectful and everyone loves, and she's going to be super important later. And then her brother is this dick who just knows how to cast stuff really well naturally.
Mhm.
Like, he doesn't study or anything, he just throws Firaga at things.
Yeah. Stat-wise, like I mentioned, actually, Porum's stats are better than Rose's.
Palom is the outstanding mage who gets A's without trying and is a jerk. Porum is Hermione Granger.
Yeah.
Literally.
Yeah.
Quite literally,
it's fine
yeah.
though, because as I'll keep touching on it, but with the Game Boy Advance one, like, Porum is probably the best endgame healer out of anybody you can choose.
She is. Like it's in Free Enterprise, if you have a choice between Rosa and Porum, you choose Porum 100% of the time. Because Porum gets more HP, gets more MP, and the only thing Rosa has over Porum is that her healing, like her healing stat, I think it's Faith in this game.
Yep, it is. But what are you talking about? Rosa has aim.
I don't care about shooting the bad guy. I care about the white mage keeping me alive. And point being is that Porum's very slight hit to Faith is not worth the fact that she has like 20% more mana.
Such good magic. Such good magic. But yes, you are and Cecil's like, really? You're like, you're sending these two kids with me up the mountain?
You're sending two 10-year-olds with me? Well, it's about way over the 7-year-old I just had.
Yeah, a bit. So, you know.
Yeah. I was gonna say Cecil's just a daycare worker. Just another day.
Just another day climbing over my armor, killing bad guys, and just like.
Also, spellcasting usually is something that takes years of dedicated effort and knowledge to manage, and 3 of the best spellcasters in the game are under the age of 10.
Yep.
To be fair, one was born in a town of summoners, which is like quite literally their only specialty.
But even among them, her mother could only they clarify this. Her mother could only summon the Mist Dragon, and like basically everybody else, they just summoned one thing. Rydia was special that she could attach to so many summons and use their ability.
Yeah,
I think they hinted that because of her being a kid, and that her also because she ends up going where she ends up at in the land of summons is because she quite literally teleports into, oh, this is where all of our summoned creatures come from. I'm just going to make friends with all of them.
Yeah.
Friend!
Oh no, I like I said, I love Rydia and I love her story. It's just like all of them are unjustifiably good for their age.
Yeah.
Super.
Like Porum earns it because she studied a ton. Palom's just the Einstein
straight A's without even trying.
Yeah. The straight A class clown. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Rydia just is inborn.
Yeah. Along the way on Mount Ordeals, you find you meet up with Tella, and you find out that this is where Medio is. I need Cecil's sword again to take bad guys for me. This is also where we run into the first of the 4 fiends.
Yes.
It's also the place that we hit the first wall of difficulty.
Yes.
It's wall of difficulty for boss fight part 2, not part 1. Because part 1 is a joke.
I just consider those. Joke. Yeah, I know, but you have to finish both of them to get on. So to me, it's just a 2-part. It's the same as having a transition in the battle. Yeah. Like it's just a 2-part boss fight.
And here's the funny thing: is the reason why people think it's a hard fight is because you go from the part 1, like, oh, this is a joke. This is just some dumbass I'm going to fight, and he's going to get knocked away like Team Rocket. He's going to get knocked away like Team Rocket before Team Rocket was ever a thing. You take 2 steps, and oh, by the way, back attack, stronger form, get fucked. Whereas if you stop for a moment, go back to the save point, use a tent, swap your rows back and forth, and then you go into the next fight.
Which I remembered that on my last playthrough, and I'm like, right, I know what's about to happen.
Yes, and see, that is the benefit of foreknowledge.
Yes. When you played this game 4 times prior, it's
yes, mind you, they had set that up on purpose. This was meant to be a purposefully difficult thing.
Here's what makes this battle so much easier. Now, I was aware that you could use white magic on the boss to deal damage. I was not aware that you could use high potions on the boss to deal damage. And that is what Cecil should be doing the entire time.
Yes. He has.
I was not aware of that until the last time I played through the game.
So for those unaware, he has an abnormally high physical defensive stat. However, he's undead. So you just throw white magic and high potions at him until he croaks in 5 spells. I was going
to say, even if you're playing a version that Cecil has Dark Side, he is immune to Dark Side damage because he's undead. If you hit him with your sword, it ain't gonna do anything because his defense is so high.
His defense is so high, and he has built-in defensive resistance, which is an actual element in this game. There's only it's literally the 3 Cecil swords and Dark Side that only do dark damage that the player ever has.
So every time I played, Cecil basically just sat there using echo herbs and potions on the other characters and never did damage until the last time I played through. Because most Final Fantasies, I won't say most, probably half of the Final Fantasies, you can't use healing items on an enemy, you just use healing magic on the enemy.
Yeah.
Like a potion will not do the same thing as a cure spell.
If you're familiar with the series, I could see where you'd get that mindset
that
from.
Flag, that's if memory serves, that's a 1 through 6 thing.
Mm-hmm.
I think it still sometimes gets seen in 7, where you can use a healing item on an undead.
Mm-hmm.
But usually from 8 onward, it's usually limited to spells.
It's generally. I mean, I'm pretty sure the reason they did that is because they didn't want to keep having to figure out how to not let Phoenix Down instantly kill bosses.
Well, that's what the heavy flag was eventually made for.
Yeah. What a name for this first Archfiend. The Archfiend, Scarmiglione. I'm just but what? I'm hungry now.
I still have no idea if I'm pronouncing it right or not.
That's the point. That's the point. He's just some. I just call him the Earth Boss because that's what he is. He's the weakest.
Fair.
The Fiend of Earth.
The Earth of Fiend. Yeah, the Earth Fiend. Anyway, you blow him up twice.
Actually, I actually think it is more correct. The Archfiend of Earth, because this is supposed to be the upgrade to the Final Fantasy I fiends. So instead of fiends, they're archfiends.
They're archfiends, yeah. It's the next level of fiend.
Anyway, you beat him twice. He falls off the bridge and dies. You go to where Mount Ordeal's is shrines located, and you get your first introduction to a job change in the SNES version. There's also where Cecil this is also where you start seeing the character growth of Cecil finally bear fruit.
Yes, I mean he also has to fight himself. So he has to fight Dark Link, and you hear a mysterious voice that says something like "Never give up, trust your instincts," or
Luke, I am your father.
Luke, I am your father.
Point being, you go into the shrine, you cleanse Cecil of his own doubts and insecurities. He gets a magic sword. He becomes a paladin.
But he's all the way back down at level 1.
Yes.
So it makes that first couple of battles after he becomes a paladin, when you have to when you have to go back down the mountain. And oh, by the way, after this happens, Tella remembers all of his spells.
Yes.
So
you just call your level capped friend over, they drag you through a couple fates, and you're back up to level.
See, you say that, but I don't know if you remember, Brian. Cecil's stats at level 1 as a paladin are better than Cecil's stats as a dark knight at level 15 or whatever when he goes into the shrine.
Really?
yeah,
The only stat that's bad is his HP. That's the major thing you need to get up from his levels.
And even then, his HP is only missing like 50 points. The reason why the first fights are so bad is because you only have a goddamn sword for him, and if you're lucky and we're a cheapskate, and then anything else, you have cloth armor for him.
That's exactly it. Like, he's level 1, but all he got is a sword, and which makes his defense shit.
If you're playing the DS version, Ron, he's not able to equip cloth armor even if you keep it.
Yeah, I know. There's the reason why the 3DS version is regarded as one of the hardest versions, because they have a weird scaling on the difficulty in that game for some reason on the port of it. I don't know why, but Fabul's bomb fight, which was originally like a joke in the first version, like in the most versions, is like a gigantic wall for no reason whatsoever.
Yeah,
they heard that people thought Final Fantasy IV was too easy and they overcorrected.
No, Jesus. Anyway,
I'm not
point.
joking.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure that's exactly why it was.
Yeah, but anyway, you get back down the mountain. Cecil gains like 10 levels in 3 fights because his scaling, for whatever reason, is meant to be. He's meant to scale super fast for the first 10 levels because he's going to be they want you to get back out to where you were basically to show like.
Oh yeah,
a way. It's a way to show that this is what actually Cecil was meant to be. He wasn't meant to be a Dark Knight. He was not meant to be this evil warrior who kills his emotions. He's meant to be this holy warrior who, like believes in something so hard that he draws strength from it.
Absolutely. It's just that when I first played this, and that first battle after he becomes a paladin, he's at level 1. You hear the victory music, and it's just Cecil leveled up.
Cecil leveled up.
Cecil leveled up. Cecil leveled up. And it does this for like 10 or 12 of these. And it's just like...
Yeah.
and I'm like, okay, I get it. Can we just go right from 1 to 10? No, you have to Super Nintendo. It does that. On the Pixel remaster, they don't do that. It's just like, nope, you went right. You don't get all the...
Benefits of 25 years technology. They improve the math. But you get back to Mysidia. Now there's like... Wait, you're alive? You have the sword? The fuck did you do on that mountain? I said you're there to die. And he's like, okay, you're actually not a jackass.
That's why we sent you with children.
Yeah.
That's why
we were trying to get rid of Palem. He wasn't supposed to come back.
Yeah.
No,
this is all a plot.
That's when you get revealed that the kids were sent. They were sent with you to kill you. If you so much as breathed wrong. So
basically, but anyway, you get told a tale about something with the crystal and the moon. Don't know what that's about.
Oh yes, and this particular the Mysidian legend, which is apparently they tell you in the original game that it's actually inscribed on the sword itself. It's one born of a dragon bearing darkness and light shall rise to the heavens over the still land. The moon's light eternal brings a promise to the planet with bounty and grace. That's a lot of shit to fit on the sword, but
that's what moon runes are for, Brian. Quite literally, moon runes. Anyway, Mysidia's like, okay, you came back. Oh, okay, you're not. You actually meant what you were saying. All right, fine. Go take our teleporter to Baron, because that's like ancient magic we have access to.
The Devil's
Road. We had this ancient technology called a key to make sure that no one could get in or out of our town.
Very technical magic. You have to understand. Yeah. Very technical term.
Yes. But you get the key, take the teleporter, warp to Baron, and you try and figure out a way to get into Baron Castle itself.
I will say, 30 years later, playing this, like, it's still an amazing game, but some of the plot contrivances are just... I'm like, okay, all right.
Yeah. Well,
yes.
mind you, I don't think they didn't want to give you a boat because Mysidia was Leviathan. Also, I don't think they want to give you a boat because I don't think they were quite ready for how the map scaled. Because keep in mind, if you had a boat, you could just sail to the dwarf town in the middle of the continent where the town is, and you get a bunch of good gear there, like higher level gear than you can normally get.
I mean,
I know.
It would be super expensive, though.
At that
you still
point,
could. It'd be expensive, but you would grind it out. Let's face it. If you would grind that out at that point,
because that's what RPG players do. Instead of playing the game at the difficulty intended, we find a way to exploit it in every way possible.
Yes. But you get back to Baron.
I do it too.
I'm not denying you. I'm just saying I agree.
We
would rather spend 10 hours grinding for a minor boost than spend that 10 hours progressing to the point where you'd get that normal.
We all do it, Ronnie. It's okay.
I know. It's
case in point, MMOs.
It's such a universal thing among people who enjoy RPGs.
Yeah,
it's a fun.
So yeah, it is. So we get to Baron, go into the town, go to the bar, and see Yang hanging out there for some dumb reason, and he's brainwashed. Now we gotta fight Yang. Okay. This is like a weird fight, but we thrash him.
Are you sure that it's Yang and it's not Kane in a really bad mask and wig?
Yeah, I don't know.
Also,
it could be.
I mean, just thinking ahead, because this is not the first time you have to whack Yang upside the head to knock him to get him to back to his senses. Like, what the hell brain damage do you?
Which is funny too, because he's a monk, so theoretically, going off D&D stats, he should have a high wisdom save.
Yeah, but these are the monks that throw themselves at bombs and try to punch them.
Yeah, right. Anyway, we knock some sense into Yang. He just so happens to have a key to the Baron sewers, which also leads to the castle.
Because why? Because sure, we took this captive hostage, we brainwashed him. Let's give him the chain of command immediately.
Yeah. And we go through the sewers with Yang in tow, as we now have a party of 5. This is actually the first time we have a party of 5, isn't it? No, second time. Because Rosa was with us with Edward, Ella, and Rydia. No, wait. Is this the first time we have a party of 5? I don't remember.
I never watched Party of 5 in the 90s, but we had... yeah, I know. You left yourself... So
bad.
We had, at this point, Cecil, Palom, Porum, Yang...
Tella.
Tella's still with you at this...
Yes, Tella doesn't leave.
Tella hasn't left.
Tella stays with you for a long while from this point onward.
Yeah, and then he's not there, and I don't know why. We'll get there.
Yeah.
But, yeah, no, this is the first time you have a full party of 5, which kind of broke my brain, because I was used to Final Fantasy 1, where you only had 4 party members.
Yeah. I'm trying to think. 3...
Because once... Yeah, you have all these characters.
Edward, Rosa. That's 5. It's the first time with 5.
Yeah, it's your first time with 5 because because plot happens pretty soon after this, where you lose a bunch.
Yeah, plot happens shortly after this, but we go through the sewers, get into Baron Castle itself, quote unquote, join Bargain.
I thought it was the Lieutenant Baigan. It's Baigan.
Yeah. He's going to be the quote-unquote 6th man, and then proceeds to probably stab you in the back. And there's a boss fight there.
You find out what happens to the king. You find out that the king is the king who you've been serving since, at the very least since the start of this game was
Your king is long dead.
Yeah.
But you'll talk to him later. We'll get there.
But I was gonna say they never really explain how he died, did they?
Yep. When you go and get Odin. Odin is the spirit of the king.
I know.
He says that he was killed. He said he was killed by the fiend.
Yeah.
To which I kind of go, wait, how did Odin lose to this watery dude? But
because he wasn't Odin at the time. He was the king. It was his noble spirit that became the summon after his death.
Yep.
All right.
He
anyway,
ascended.
That is the in-game explanation, like it or not.
Fair enough. All right. Anyway, you fight the water archfiend.
Cagnazzo.
Yeah.
For me, the easiest one.
AKA Bolt 3, Ice 3.
I couldn't tell you why I had this was my brick wall when I played the game originally, and it was probably the hardest battle when I played the DS version.
The reason why he's initially hard, or he appears hard on first playthrough, is you don't know exactly what his weaknesses are. You assume lightning, because water, and you're right, he's weak to lightning. But then he goes to the shell, and then you try and bolt him again, he gets healed, and it's like, wait, what the fuck? And then he waves you, and you're like, oh shit, I just took a bunch of damage. And I gotta heal that up. You don't think for a second to like, wait, he's in a shell. He's also water. Water freezes, right? So you don't really think that like test other elements. And to be fair, you don't. At this point in time, you haven't really had a reason to test other elements because usually, by and large, when you get something with their weakness, they usually just die immediately.
Or take like max damage. Yeah.
Yeah. Whereas if you're smart and you know, again, with the power of foreknowledge, you just keep Tela at max mana, and you go Bolt 3, goes into the shell, Ice 3, he's dead.
Yeah, like, oh, hey, Winged 41, welcome on in. Thank you for listening and hopping on while we yak about Final Fantasy IV. But
yeah, because weakness scaling on the 3 spells is insanely tuned, because it's tuned for those enemies, not for the level 23 boss.
Say for Winged 41, we are discussing the main story of the game, and we are currently up to the Archfiend of Water, Cagnazzo.
Yes, another one with those Italian names. It's like, but this is
they're all. I mean, you know why? They're all from the Divine Comedy.
They're all. Yes, exactly.
That's what they're all demons from the Divine Comedy.
Yes,
that was
they
the theme.
Are. Yes,
but you don't. But when you do this battle initially, like, because if you're not quick enough, because the Bolt 3 only works when he's in his shell. Because if you don't do that, then he inflicts Tsunami on you, which at that point in the game is a pretty devastating attack.
Well, so this is the thing you learn in Free Enterprise. Wave is based off of his max HP. So the lower his HP gets, the lower damage Wave does.
See,
I'm
glad you've got this additional knowledge, because all 5 times I've played this, it's just been the straight, the regular game. So it's like
the reason why you know this. So you see, the reason why this is important is because of Free Enterprise, because it randomizes the boss locations. There are some times where you can have Cagnazzo show up in like Bahamut spot, or Cagnazzo show up in
where his HP is way higher.
Yes, and then he proceeds to wave immediately, and then you eat 4,000 damage in the face.
Oh, that's a no.
Yeah,
That's when you wear some elemental resist gear.
that's when you find out that it really doesn't matter. Case in point, there were certain seeds that the difficulty settings for free enterprise, where the key items you need to beat free enterprise are the crystal that you use for turning Zemus into Zeromus, and the moon ship. You have to get to the moon somehow.
Lunar whale.
Yeah, the lunar whale.
Because that is the best way to space travel, by whale.
Yes. And
Still the best looking airship in the series.
Yeah.
Ron, look, Ron just had
spoilers. I have spoilers. I have spoilers to counter that, but that's neither here nor there. In this moment, because of the randomization of free enterprise, you could have, as an example, Kainazo show up at the core boss fight in the Tower of or in the Giant, right?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh.
And that thing is unusually fast. There's a couple bosses in the game that have a very high speed stat, and the stats from have a very high HP stat, and the stats of the boss scale to that level. So, what's the optional super boss in Final Fantasy IV? It's Tiamat.
In the original game or in the
original game of Final Fantasy IV, it's the chest. You open the chest, and there's the super Bahamut who mega flares you immediately.
Oh. Hold on.
Is it Tiamat? Is it Ragnarok? Is it?
I forget the name.
Shinryu? Shinryu's fine.
At first, I thought you were talking about the super boss from the later releases, but no, I remember who you're talking about now.
Hang on. Well, you keep yakking. I'll look that up.
Well, there's two of them actually. There's two super bosses. One's like Odo Garen, or it's a red Leviathan who weighs immediately, and then you have a red dragon who mega flares immediately.
There's Ogopogo.
Ogopogo is the red Leviathan who tsunamis immediately.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
because the dragon hides the Ragnarok sword behind him.
I think it's not the white dragon.
The white dragon's Bahamut.
Right.
I want to say Tiamat.
You're probably right. They use Tiamat a lot.
Either way, case in point, if Kainazo's in the Tiamat or Ogopogo spot, he waves immediately.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, immediately.
Yeah, you don't have a say in the matter.
Yeah, you don't have a say in the matter unless you are very high level. And to survive it, you need approximately 4,000 HP for at least one person to survive. Or to get a buff off or some kind, because free enterprise
Wyvern
is Wyvern. Thank you. It's just straight up Wyvern. Okay. Free enterprise is fun, but if you ever have Kainazo in like a Wyvern or Ogopogo spot, you just pray the crystals in behind one of those two, because oh my god.
Mm-hmm.
But because this boss is scaled at the normal level for a level 23 enemy, Wave only does 75% of the team's health instead of 200% of the team's health.
It's still a significant hit at that stage of the game.
It's a big hit. It's not a one shot, and that's the thing.
So, my issue with, and keep in mind, this is when I was playing the DS version, was he would switch his weaknesses so fast that I would start casting something he was weak to. He would switch his weakness and then get healed for a shitload of his hit
and then he waves, yeah,
and then you keep doing that.
Yeah, and that's why you have to know kind of if you know the fight, you kind of know like, okay, the three spells have a very long cast time for the black mage spells. The YA cells actually come off
Yeah.
pretty quickly.
The thing with it was, because I'd gotten used to it in the original, is his weakness timer is randomized in the DS version. It's not fully randomized. It has a minimum and a maximum, but it's much harder to go with your gut on how long it's going to be before he switches, because if he hits his minimum number, it's super fast.
Yeah, and like that's like a benefit of the SNES version is that switch is a lot faster, because usually it switches when the animation triggers of when he goes in or when he comes out of the shell.
Yeah, and
it was one of the only complaints I have about that the DS version is that one fight really feels like the randomization hurts, because either people are going to go through it and just go right through it with no issues, yeah, or you get destroyed over and over again.
Yeah.
Like it's really like there's less skill in that fight in the DS version as opposed to the original.
Yeah, because in the original, and this is something we haven't even talked about yet, this was the first Final Fantasy that used the ATB system, the active time battle system. So if you have an idea going into that battle that Cagnazzo is weak to ice in some areas and Bolt in another area, you can sort of wait out the ATB and wait for him, as soon as he triggers into his shell, and if you have a black magic user, you have Tele up, as soon as he goes into his shell, boom, fire off that Bolt 3. And
that's the benefit of having this, of being able to swap with the ATB, because what you can do it with Palom. You can fire off Ice 2 or Bolt 2 to lower him to the point of getting into the shell.
Yep.
And then you have Tele in the background just winding up casting Ice 3, so that the moment he gets in the shell, boom, Ice 3 hits and he dies.
Right. So, but yeah, I mean, if you're not familiar with that, and then you'll have the same issue that Ronny had, where it's like, when the weak points happen, but it's a timing. Then it's like, crap, instead of hitting him for 1 billion damage, I just healed him for, 1 billion HP.
1 billion, yeah. And then it proceeds to shake twice and wave, and you're just like, oh crap, here we go again.
Well, here we go. Cures for everybody.
Yep. But you kill him, go to leave, and then the walls start closing in because he booby-trapped the castle.
You guys keep going. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick.
Go ahead.
All right.
And then we reach probably, when I first played this, probably the saddest moment of the game.
Yeah, the kids proceed to stand up next to the wall and turn themselves into stone to break the trap.
Now, because I had seen this stunt play out in Final Fantasy IX, I mean, I didn't know it was coming in Final Fantasy IV, obviously, when I first played it. Yeah. But the kids sacrificed that they became stone to save you, and it's just like for two reasons: one, the children; two, fuck, there go my mages.
Yeah. Now I have this 95-year-old man who's only had enough mana to cast the strongest spell in the game. What the fuck am I supposed to do?
And I'm just...
And the solution the game comes up with is we're going to give you another old man who doesn't know how to cast spells. He just knows how to smack things with a wrench.
Yeah, like that first character, actual PC death. That's another very emotional punch you right in the feels.
Yeah, well, we assume Rydia had died, and we assume Yang had died at the previous, but obviously we found Yang because he's with us at the party now, at this point in time. But then, we lose the kids, and, they had probably been the most long-lasting people with us. As we have a cat. Oh, it's a bun.
That's a rabbit. Bun. We've got a special guest.
Yes.
We've got a new bun.
Got a big bun with us.
Yes. Yes, indeed.
But this is probably the longest we've had a party member stick with us.
Yes.
Going from, well, it's either the kids or Rydia. Rydia's probably longer, but the twins have been more impactful because Black Mage, White Mage,
White Mage, and you've gotten some familiar, and you actually see their deaths on screen. You see it happen. You see Palam and Porum sacrifice themselves, and it's just an immediate punch in the feels.
The reason why it's also immediate punch is because after the trap breaks, Tello tries to soft them.
Yeah, he tried,
and it doesn't work. And you're like, they're stuck in they're stuck rock. Oh shit, they're yeah. And that's when you
need to go to Final. We have to go to Final Fantasy IX and get some super soft.
Yeah,
I just said that.
Also, yes, that was a rabbit and not a cat. I know it's hard to tell the difference because he's like 15 pounds.
So I thought it was a cat initially, just because I saw like brown and gray, and I usually associate those colors with cat when someone comes in and cradling something. I didn't see the ears initially until the ears put up. Like, oh yeah, that's not a cat. That's a big rabbit. But the kids sacrifice themselves, and
then Yosemite Sam joins the battle.
Yeah,
the fact that you can talk to them and it pops up a menu to use something.
Yeah.
That
and then nothing works. Yeah, and,
there was nothing to use in the game. That is literally just there to troll you.
Yeah,
like
so good. And we have the benefit of like
so many schoolyard rumors.
Yeah, 25, 30 yards, 25, 30 years of the event happening, but having it occur even the first playthrough, you're like, oh, they're stuck as a rock. Oh, they are really stuck as a rock. Oh, man.
They're gone.
They're gone. They're dead, Jim. They're dead, Jim.
They are gone. And just, you see that happen, and you see Tella trying to fix it, and it's just like...
Yeah.
But then, also, fuck it, I just lost my mages. What the...
Yeah. I lost two of the most powerful party members I've ever had in this game up to this point in time. Like, what can I do? What can I get to replace them? You get a 45-year-old man who smacks things with a wrench and an airship.
Yeah, you like
only one of these things is of actual benefit.
Like,
and it ain't the man.
Sid is definitely. I mean, they're not voiced in the original game, but I have the voice of Yosemite Sam coming out of this Sid's mouth, just from the way this dialogue comes out, and yeah, he gives you because he was in prison. I mean, Sid's introduced you early in the game, but yes. he's Rose's dad.
He's introduced you as the engineer of the airship fleet.
Yep.
He's also Rose's father.
He's Rose's father. Yep.
He also kind of likes you, kind of. He's not happy about you dating his girlfriend, is dating his daughter, but he's like, okay, you're
like Ronny, like that must get awkward when you have Sid, Cecil and Rosa in the same party, and just like no kissy face.
Yeah, no PDAs here. Not while Dad's around.
Not while Dad's around, but yes. They escape imprisonment. Now you have to get the hell out of Baron because you still have to go rescue Rosa.
Yep.
And
you get the first airship.
You get the first airship, the USS copyright infringement. You get
yes. Yes. You get the Enterprise.
You get the NCC 1701.
Yes. The original, not none of the variants, mind you. Take off in the air, you float flying for all of 5 seconds, and then the rest of the Red Barons show up, and then you have to parlay with Kane. Yeah, like immediately Kane shows up and says, "Hey, you want Rosa back? Go get the Earth Crystal for us."
Yes, Sid definitely does have a wrench, and he's not afraid to deck me with. Oh yeah, that is the thing. But yes, so it's Earth Crystal for the girl's life.
Yeah.
But the thing about that is that you see a scene prior to that between Golbez and Kane and Rosa, in which you get a little bit more story as to Kane's motivations. in which it's implied. Well, it's not. It's more than just implied that Kane is jealous of Cecil.
Oh yeah.
Kane wants Rosa and is very jealous of Cecil because they're the couple. So
Toxic masculinity, the character. What?
yes, absolutely.
Okay, I mean, to be fair, Kane eventually calls himself out on it. Eventually,
he eventually does, but at this point in the game, you see this.
He has character growth, and then he gets mind controlled again.
Yeah. And
that's the most frustrating thing. I would like Kane as a character because he has an interesting thing where he at least thinks he's a good person at heart, but he is dominated by these choices and these desires. But the problem is, every time he comes to his senses about it, he gets fucking mind controlled again.
Yep. It's very convenient plot device. But during this sort of meanwhile scene, you find out that Golbez and Kane, they hatch this idea of having Kane get the Earth Crystal, and then they're basically like, yeah, and once he gives us the Earth Crystal, we're going to immediately kill him.
Yeah.
So that's what we, the audience, get. Cecil and company do not know that, but yes. So it's off to Troya.
Yep. We go meet with the Troya people, who are a kingdom of... It's a matriarchy.
Yep.
And we find out that Edward is not dead. He is just very, very grievously wounded and surrounded by a bunch of very pretty ladies.
Yes. Yes, indeed.
The bard is in the town filled with women to seduce. In D&D, this would lead to a very different thing.
Mind you, he's in bed and is bedridden by grievous wounds. I'm curious as to what
my
the wounds
shoulder
are.
hurts so much.
Yes.
Please.
But to be fair, in all seriousness, no, he actually was grievously wounded. He quite like
his
quite
girlfriend just died because as far as this game is concerned, the entire game takes place over like a 7-day span. Like there are only a couple time transitions here.
Yeah,
there's like technically this is all like day 4.
Yeah, you stay at an inn with Rydia,
and then day 1. No, hang on. Day 1, we steal the water crystal. Day 2, we commit terrorism and then sleep in an inn. Day 3 is Fabul. Day 4 is all of Mount Ordeals, and then technically it's day 5. Day 5 is out Troya.
I mean, the only question I have for there that might end up being more is how long were you unconscious after the shipwreck?
We don't know.
Like that's the only thing that could add time.
Yeah. We don't know. But
and I don't know if that ever got mentioned, but I don't remember.
I don't think it ever did. I think it's one of the many plot holes in this game, but we'll forgive it because it's 1991.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily a plot hole as much as it is in withheld information.
Yeah.
It's only a plot hole if it contradicts things. In this case, it's just information they didn't feel important enough to give us.
Yeah.
Yep. But we go to the magnetic cave, proceed to have all of our gear.
Hard. This was hard. Because the council there of it's like, yes, before we discuss anything about the Earth Crystal, can you do us a little favor? And you have to deal with a dark elf. This is a hard dungeon.
So this is a hard dungeon because you can't wear your normal anything with a quote unquote metal flag cause you to be permanently paralyzed. Part of if memory serves, a lot of the enemies in that cave have a very low physical defense and basically can't deal damage to a metal flag. if it's everything like flagged as metal. And like the data setting of the data coding of the game.
It's still challenging because if since you have to basically have all non-metallic everything, your defense.
Yeah.
Your defense is also very low at this point.
Well, yeah, because you're usually wearing cloth armor for most of it. I think you can buy some like upgraded cloth armor in Troya because of this. You also can buy arrows here for Cecil because he needs to be a bow and arrow person for the next 5 minutes.
Yeah,
because he can't because he can't use a sword.
But Yang's claws still work.
Yeah, Yang's claws still work. He still punch man can still punch. Wrenches apparently don't count as metal. And Tella still got magic. He's just still limited by the fact that he's a 95-year-old man with 90 MP. But you make your way through the cave. Brief interlude. You got walkie-talkies from Edward.
Yes, you're given a whisper weed.
Yes. Yeah, AKA. No, the thing is the Gemini harp. I think he calls it. It's a twin harp.
Oh yeah, that's right. The whisper weed's in a later.
5.
Yeah. No,
yeah.
it's.
So you get a Gemini harp and go and fight the Dark Elf, and it's a difficult fight. And then he proceeds to.
No. Pause for a second. You're both right. Twin harp is what it was named. Basically, whisper reed is what it is called in one version. Twin harp is what it's called in another version.
Yeah.
I'm not sure which one is whisper reed. Called twin harp in all official translations prior to the 3D remake.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I was remembering a later version.
Oh yeah, Final Fantasy 5 gives you whisper reed because that's how you talk to the.
That would be the version you played recently. The Pixel remake would call it whisperweed.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you go fight the Dark Elf. You start doing okay, and then he proceeds to body you with like Bolt 3, Iris 3, Fire 3.
He hurls everything at you.
Oh yeah, and then you get weakened, and then you have a cutscene. Edward starts playing on the harp, and he starts playing the tribute to the greatest song in the world. This apparently
not the greatest song in the world. It's just a
tribute.
Yeah. This apparently pisses off the Dark Elf to the point where he can't even focus on maintaining his magical spell on preventing metal from hurting him. So you can equip your sword and proceed to body him.
Yeah, the Dark Elf, such a critic. Seriously.
Yes. But yeah, you can heal up, equip metal, equip your swords, and body him, including a phase transition where he loses his Dark Elf form and becomes a gray serpent. And then you just still kill him afterwards.
Why not?
Yeah. You still kill him. You get the Earth Crystal back, and
No. They allow you to borrow the Earth Crystal.
Yes.
Yes, they're letting you borrow it.
You borrow it, and then proceed to almost immediately upon boarding the airship. No, it is actually immediately. You get escorted to the Tower of Zot.
Yep.
And here's the next gigantic wall in the game. Go through all Tower of Zot with only 2 save points.
Yeah,
one at the beginning of one at the first third, and one right before the last.
That's a
boss.
That's a last dungeon because not the last dungeon. It's the last. Obviously, it's not the last dungeon. It's a long dungeon because after once you finally brave through all of that, you get introduced to the Magus Sisters.
Well, it's a long dungeon because the encounter rate is set disproportionately higher than most of the other dungeons in the game.
Oh, I know.
I'm about to fight the Mega Sisters in Final Fantasy 14. That's the next thing I do in the game.
Yeah. But the tower itself is a difficult area because the enemies in there hurt. Even if you have good gear and you have the best gear in the game that you can get at the time, they are meant to be higher stats at that proportionate level because you're meant to fight them, burn through a lot of built-up resources over the course of the game, and then gain levels because they want you to be able to fight the Maga Sisters and everything else afterwards, because you're meant to gain like levels during this dungeon. This is meant to be both a challenging dungeon and a catch-up dungeon. And if you choose to do so, if you loot all the chests in there, you do get some one-of-a-kind items you can't get anywhere else. AKA the flame tongue and the cat claw, I think, is one of the weapons you get in this cave or in the tower.
Flame tongue. They are literally just stealing directly from D&D, continuing a long tradition.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
When do you get? I know that you get. Kane gets the blood lance at one point. Later, is it this dungeon or is it? No.
I want to say Tower of
Babel?
Babel.
Yeah.
Babel 1, I want to say. Anyway, you go through this long dungeon. Yeah, go through this long dungeon, fight the Maga Sisters, have a neat mechanic of them bouncing spells off of one of them, and then you proceed to kill the one that got reflect on them, and then they just kill themselves.
Oh, yeah, they're quick. Like, this was probably the first boss battle, where you wonder how the hell can they just keep, like, how fast does their ATB gauge fill up? Just like, oh my god!
I really enjoyed this fight though.
It's
a fun fight because
it's a puzzle.
They're not just it's a puzzle, and it's not just them attacking you; it's them setting up a sort of a not a dance per se, but a strategy, a battle strategy.
As I said, Final Fantasy III was all about puzzle bosses that were bad puzzles. This is a puzzle boss that's a good puzzle. Yeah. That's a fun puzzle to solve.
And so you beat the Maga Sisters, you go back to the save point 5 feet behind you, heal up and save, because more often than not you're probably going to need to do so anyway. And then you proceed to rescue Rosa just before a gigantic iron boulder falls on her head.
Well, before you free Rosa...
Holy crap! They're just straight up Bond villains. Like, that's what we're getting at this time.
Right?
I forgot.
You have a scene. You have a scene. You get Tella's big revenge scene right after you're done with the Maga Sisters. And Tella has this... He's got the biggest rage boner. He fires Meteor on Golbez.
And then we get the credits, and we get Red 13, and we don't see humans. It's real questionable whether they let them live or not.
Yep, and then
wrong game.
Scene just cuts to an ocean, a shoreline, and yep. That's it. We wrap it up here. That's it, everyone. No.
Short game.
Golbez, yeah.
It's only been a how long at this point? 2.5 hours.
Yeah, 2.5. Anyway, we're good. But yeah, Golbez doesn't die.
Yeah, Golbez just gets injured.
Yeah,
Kane gets KO'd.
Yeah, Tella just cast the strongest spell that you can get in the game.
And then this mildly inconveniences Golbez.
Yeah.
Who proceeds to run away because he got a boo-boo.
Yeah. Yep.
Dude, this is the guy who can be destroyed except for his hand, and it'll still go and get the crystal for him.
That was the strangest part of the entire game. How this fucking
plot hole. That's a plot hole. 'Cause we'll get there. I'm gonna rant a little bit once we get there.
Yeah.
Yes, please. You're good for one.
Thank you, Streamlabs. Hydrate.
Yeah. So, Golbez retreats because he gets mildly inconvenienced after a meteor gets thrown at him. Kane gets KO'd and gets unbrainwashed by head trauma. And Tella has a heart attack and dies. Yeah, like literally dies.
Yeah, like.
Well, the implication that I gathered was because he never has enough MP to cast it, is that he is using his life force to power the spell.
Yes, that's the actual implication, is that he used up the rest of his remaining life to cast the spell. But
Which
I just
does
call it a heart
nothing!
attack.
Sorry for ruining the joke.
Mhm.
Which does nothing. Like he dies for revenge, and that no. So
Yeah.
So that
Yeah.
so he dies.
He dies, and Kane says, "Oh wait, Rose in the back room. The bomb's about to go off," and Cecil gets his rescue moment of being the hero and saving the damsel in distress moments before disaster strikes.
Yep, he does this. He says, "I'll save you," and
Yes.
does his Dudley Do Right thing. They do
Continuing on, because plot.
Yes.
Yes.
Kane joins us along with Rosa. Rosa, by the way, gains approximately 20 levels during this from when we last left her, and Kane's also got about 20 levels as well.
He's
also got a brand new suit of gear. You have about 5 steps to go before the next boss shows up.
Yeah. Now this was just weird because they bring Kane back into the party. Now, if it was me, I would have serious reservations.
Yes, because the game plot demands that Kane and Rosa join us, because we just lost our only other healer, because we don't trust Cecil to heal us, because Cure and Cure 2 are not good enough at this point in time.
Not at this point.
Here's the thing about Kane. They don't build Kane, the relationship you have with Kane, well enough. Because with information we get later on in later translations, in later games, because this game has a sequel and a midquel, but that the two of them were raised together since childhood and trained together to become a Dragoon and a Dark Knight. Like, they trust each other implicitly. Like, if they'd really
They're
built
soldiers that have been trained together for years and decades. They have both friend, family experience, and also soldier experience.
Yep.
They can trust each other, but it's not conveyed in the 1991 NA translation because 3 megabytes.
Yeah, if we'd gotten more of that information, both from the translation, but also just stuff they wrote about later, or stuff that just didn't make it in the original game that they had written up, I feel like it would have felt better that they brought Kane back. We just don't have... we're like, obviously you don't trust him! He's the only one who didn't go, "Are we a baddie?" when we were a baddie!
Yeah.
Obviously you don't trust him! But we don't get that context.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. And also, yeah, I feel that if the game was completely redone now, we have the technology where we can have that story and that context.
You mean the Pixel remake? Or do you mean the DS remake? Or do you mean the Game Boy Advance remake? Or do you mean... You mean the Wonder Swan version? Is that the one you're looking for?
I think he's looking for...
This game has 7 different versions.
He's looking for a Final Fantasy VII remake where we have a 5-minute cutscene of arguing between Cecil and Kane and the other two, and then randomly the Wind Lady shows up and just tries to kill us.
Yeah.
Final Fantasy IV shows why people questioned the 7 remake before it came out, because the last time they did something like that was the After Years, which didn't go over so well.
No, it didn't.
But we have the third Archfiend, the Archfiend of Wind. I forget her name.
Barbaricia.
I was gonna say they completely misspelled the name in the American version, in the initial release, because the translator didn't realize that these characters were characters from the Divine Comedy, so they just transliterated the Japanese version. And
so they went from English, Japanese to English and lost about 5 syllables and 3 letters in the translation. Yeah.
Yes,
Yellow Tornado Booba Girl. I believe this is also the first time we see censoring on a character model.
No.
I thought the 4 had a different model.
4 is the first. I think. It's actually 3. I think there might have been 1 and 3. But no, we get one before this in 4 with the dancing girl.
Yes, the dancing...
Who takes off her dress in the Japanese version.
Yeah.
But they edited that in the English one.
I don't remember. I thought this was the first time we see the battle sprite be edited because I thought Tornado Girl was a lot skimpier in Japan, but
she was. 3, I think, had a battle sprite that was edited, but it wasn't for sexuality. It had religious imagery.
It's possible. I know in 6 the painting demons edited. There's a lot more mist on the NA version than there is in the Japanese version.
Yeah. Good old Super Nintendo age censorship.
Yeah, good old Nintendo North America censoring.
Don't show crosses. Don't show boobs.
Yep. Anyway, we fight Tornado Booba Girl, and then get introduced to the mechanic of, she's nigh unhittable unless you jump on her.
Yep.
Okay, why? Why?
They took that exact mechanic from Final Fantasy III and ported it over. You fight this exact boss. It's just Garuda instead of... It's
Garuda again, right? Yeah. And mind you, to briefly mention again, for Enterprise, this boss is a bitch no matter where she shows up. Because unless you have Kane, the moment she starts spinning, she gets a lot harder to hit. And mind you, when she starts spinning, her physical evasion and magic evasion go up to 80%.
Yeah.
She starts stoning everybody.
Does aim help?
Aim, I think, is the only thing that does hit her. Other than jump.
I feel like if you get her in an early seed, aim would probably be super, super useful.
That's assuming you have Rosa, also assuming you have good bows, also assuming you have good arrows, because arrows have a different damage stat.
Yeah.
Yeah, mind you, for those who aren't aware, you equip the arrows on her main hand and the bow in the offhand. You don't do bow then arrow, because that's how you get no damage.
And you're also, in the original game, you're quantity limited.
Yes.
On the other hand, it means that for very small periods of time, if you have the right bow and right arrows, Rosa is super effective.
Yeah, there's Artemis arrows and Artemis bows are her best weapons, but there's only 4 enemies that are weak to them. But the 4 enemies are take 9x damage from it.
Yeah. The issue with Rosa is the period of time that she's really good is basically right when she gets access to a new bow and arrow at the same time, and it's only for a level or 2 before everybody else outpaces her again.
Yeah, it's also a thing too that eventually she becomes useful. She has the issue of the white mage of you're a heal bot until you hit level 55 and gain holy, and then you become a goddamn. They become the Godzilla from D&D.
I mean, clerics.
Yeah. If you have the Japanese version or you have the GBA version, you can berserk Cecil and just watch Cecil beat the leveling crap out of the Tornado Lady. Same with Yang. You still need Kane to jump to break the tornado, but otherwise you can kill her relatively fast. And then once you beat her, she collapses the tower on you. But Rosa warps you out with warp, and you end up in Cecil's bedroom, back in Baron.
Yep.
I do appreciate when games give you a warp spell in game to use, and then it actually matters as part of the plot. I do appreciate that.
Yeah.
Because it's really dumb when you need to travel across the world and you have the warp spell and it becomes a whole thing when You literally could have just warped to that town. Or, oh no, the dungeon's collapsing. Let's warp out.
Mm-hmm. You get another night of rest. And Kane tells you he's got this weird lava key. I don't know why he has a lava key. Or why it's called a lava key. But we need to go use it somewhere.
Oh no! You're told why. Kane does tell you why, saying that Golbez is seeking the 4 dark crystals.
Oh.
And you need to get them before he does, because bringing them all and putting them in one place sounds like such a great idea.
4 crystals are bad. If 4 crystals of light are good, then clearly 4 crystals of darkness are bad, right? Yeah.
I thought there were only 4 crystals.
Yeah. Apparently, there's 8 now.
Apparently, there's
4.
8.
And someone duplicated them. Yeah.
Okay, just 8 though, right?
Yes.
Oh.
Just
okay.
8.
Okay, I think I got it.
There's got to be a balance. There's got to be a balance. 4 of light, 4 of dark.
Just to be sure. We need to just to make sure. And also, and none of the dark crystals have anything to do with Jim Henson.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I don't know. I mean, we never found out what happened to the moon.
Yeah. But yes, but Kane does explain that Golbez is looking for the 4 dark crystals to open the way to the moon. So, time to go spelunking.
Yep. So we go to the quote-unquote center of the planet. True, we did meet dark elves. Wayne, you are correct. We did end up meeting dark elves. So we go to the
link. Do we ever get anything that links the dark elves to the underground, though? It would make sense, but that's not something I hadn't even really thought of. I don't think they ever really give us any information on the dark elves other than one exists.
I don't even think they show they use that sprite again of the dark elf. I don't think they use it ever again in the game.
They don't.
Weird. We go to the town in the middle of the planet, where there's like a volcanic activity area, and there's a weird well here that doesn't have water in it, but it's just a very deep hole. And we proceed to use the lava key in that hole, have a nice long whistling click before we have a gigantic earthquake and a hole opens up. Because collapsing caldera of a volcano. I guess.
And this town doesn't get wiped off the map. How?
Yeah.
And they never explain why that's there like that. Who made that? Nothing. Just
there's so much story that is omitted here.
And the only thing we know is that people in this town are unusually short.
Yes. Here in the town at Agart.
But we fly down the hole with our airship, enter the underworld, not hell, just the underworld.
Apparently, the Red Wings have already beaten you to it.
Yes,
you're currently in the middle of a war.
I'd
like to know how they got down there.
Yeah, they never explain how did the Red Wings beat you to the underground if this is the only entrance.
So, not knowing where that entrance came from, that is information that was withheld. That's not a plot hole. How the Red Wings got down there when that is the only way to get down, that is a plot hole. The underground is a plot hole, which is which works because the hole.
Yes.
Counterpoint. I have a counterpoint. To try and refute this, we do know the Tower of Babel goes from the underworld up into the overworld.
We
right?
do, yes.
And there is a hole there.
Yeah.
That it is theoretically large enough for an airship to fly in because of pixel sizing. In theory, the Red Wings could have flown in through suicidal maneuvers.
And honestly, that makes sense because they have control of the tower. So.
Mm-hmm. Now here's the actual brain twist, and here's the actual thing we don't know about. Why did we never hear about this tower until now?
Yes.
Why do we have
Why was nobody ever curious about
Yes.
the massive space needle going into the sky?
coming out of the earth, out of a gigantic bottomless pit? Why did no one mention that? And why is the kingdom of Eblan right there? And why has no one bothered checking out on these poor people?
Yeah.
I am at a loss for words, but you guys keep going. I have to use the bathroom.
Yeah, go ahead.
So there's a
it's-
quote unquote cut scene where we get to see the Red Wings fight the tank individuals.
So, just to go off of what you were saying, but while Brian's gone, the only kingdom that has air technology is Baron. They're the only airships we see, other than the Lunar Whale, which is completely separate.
That is stated because Sid is the one who invented the airships.
Yeah, exactly. So, yes, they know there's that giant tower, but if it's yes, pixel limitation, we know there's mountains around and then a hole in the tower. Depending on how tall those mountains are supposed to be, the implication could be that it's inaccessible except by airships, so nobody but Baron could ever have explored that region. So people might know there's a tower there, Eblan's there, but they may not know anything else.
Counterpoint, eventually,
Mm-hmm.
we do know later on in the story you can get into it via the ground, via a cave entrance. Because that's how Edge sneaks us in.
Well, from what I understand, what wasn't part... Now, it's been a while since I played the game. Didn't Edge's family, at the royal family, didn't they protect that entrance? Wasn't that part of why they're there? The whole point is they're supposed to keep people from getting into the underground.
If memory serves, the point of the Evelyn family and why that kingdom was there, why there's a random castle on this gigantic continent that's with a space needle sticking out of the ground, is because they were supposed to not let any humans into that area. Yeah. And that's also why the military of Evelyn was like a ninja-based thing, was because they needed the dexterity and prowess to hop over rocks and climb into the cave to make sure no one actually got into the cave system.
Yeah. To prevent people from abusing the tower and eventually abusing the giant.
Yes. Welcome back, Brian. I think he's got us muted still. That's fine.
I am. I have some snacks. It was rustling plastic. So.
Okay.
Oh.
Yes.
I was being courteous.
That's fine. So we see the Red Barons fighting a bunch of tanks. The Enterprise gets damaged in the crossfire. Red Wings, whatever.
The Red Barons. It's their football team.
Hockey. The Enterprise gets damaged in the crossfire, also because there's lava, and the hull is not designed to withstand the heat of lava. And so we are forced to make an emergency landing and land at, I forget the name of the dwarf castle.
It's just called the Dwarven Castle.
It's just called the Dwarven Castle? Okay.
I don't think there was ever a name for it.
No name.
All right. So we land
when you're the only civilization and the only city, why do you need a name?
Well, there's actually there's a couple others.
The city? What? The Sylph Cave?
No, there's a town. In the bottom.
Yeah.
There's technically a town
with
a blacksmith in it. Anyway, we land at the Dwarven Castle. Sid's going to make repairs eventually. In the meantime, the dwarves say, we've been fighting off the Red Wings for a while now, and they haven't been able to get into us. But then all of a sudden, we hear some creepy music coming from a doll from the Dwarf King's daughter, because her doll wandered off for some reason.
Calcabrina! Yes, this battle.
Yeah, and this fucking battle. We chase the doll because it's gained sentience for somehow and has wandered into the Crystal of Darkness room. And now we have to fight some porcelain doll.
Yep.
And then you start fighting it, and all of a sudden it becomes this Frankenstein Chucky monster bullshit. I don't even think Chucky was around at this point in time. And this doll slaps because it hurts. It just straight up hurts a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I believe at this point in time the party's still 5 or 4. Did Sid leave to make entries or to make repairs? I don't remember.
No. I'm pretty sure you're still 5. I'm pretty sure Sid is still with you.
Yes, you are.
Cecil, Rosa, Kane, Yang, Sid.
Yes.
Yep. Okay. You fight Calabrina. You beat the porcelain doll into pieces. Break it up. Golbez warps in. Bodies everyone.
Yep.
We lose someone too. I don't remember who.
Rydia enters.
I know Rydia enters, but we lose someone in the process to allow Rydia to enter.
Yang, isn't it?
Yes, you lose Yang.
Because Yang is being taken care of by the Self Slater.
Yeah, that's later. Yang's no.
Oh, you lose Yang in the Tower of Zot because it's going to blow up.
He has to sabotage the gun.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's later. But who do we lose allow Yang to show to allow Rydia to show up?
No, you lose Yang at the Tower of Zot.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that when we
fight the same places where we fight the Mega Sisters.
No.
Right.
No.
Right after that.
No, Mega Sisters. No. If memory serves, we lose Rosa here because Rydia shows up, and Miss Dragon's or
do we lose Kane again?
I'm looking it up right now.
We lose somebody.
Yes, we lose somebody. I thought it was Sid because I thought Sid had to stay behind and make repairs on the airship. But the point being, Goldie shows.
Continue. I think
the point being is we fight Calabrina, we beat the doll up, we break into a bunch of little porcelain pieces. Golbez shows up. We fight Golbez for all of 5 minutes, for all of 5 moves, before he proceeds to gas everyone
Blink.
and then one shot us until it's just Cecil left. Rydia shows up, misdragons him, and cures the paralysis. We now have to fight Golbez, actually fight him, with everyone else still dead.
Sid leaves your party to repair the airship right before the Calabrina fight.
Okay,
that's what I thought. That's how they write out Sid because I think how they do it is.
Hey, when you said that Rosa's thing was in the Tower of Zot, but later, and I'm like, no, that's not. The Tower of Zot was earlier. You're talking about the Tower of Babel.
Yeah, I think Babel 1 is what I'm thinking of. Anyway,
yeah,
Rydia shows up, misdragons Golbez, cures the paralysis on Cecil. We now have to raise everyone, keep everyone alive, and defeat Golbez. All the while, he's throwing Bolt 2s and occasionally Bolt 3s at us.
Yep.
So, when we attack him, are we deliberately avoiding his hand? Is that how this happened?
Oh, yeah. Because what happens because you still fail.
Yes, because we somehow still fail, even after defeating him, and he fades away, and he's not but a
disembodied arm.
So
I think it's his right hand.
Yeah, does nobody want to Evil Dead this? Like they saw this, none of them just walked over with a sword and just stabbed it through.
Yeah, but apparently the hand pulls a Mr. It and crawls up and grabs the crystal and teleports away.
So this is where I legitimately have an issue.
which is fair.
Golbez is mortal. Golbez is a mortal creature related to people. Does he regenerate from just a single hand? How is his hand sentient and able to do things on its own? I have so many questions here.
Oh yeah.
Is this normal for what we find out he is later?
I mean, I assume there's some racial bullshittery going on with Zemus causing this. Because Zemus is the one empowering Golbez to allow him to do all this bullshit to begin with.
Does this mean that if we cut off Cecil's hand, it would complete the quest for us?
You're assuming Cecil is empowered. Are you assuming Cecil is empowered by Zemus? Because
I mean, as if we've already said spoilers, they're fucking brothers.
I know they're brothers. They're also not fully human.
They're not fucking. That's you go fan fiction for that. But
yeah. They're also not fully human either. They're half Lunarian.
Yes, they're Lunarian.
From my understanding, Golbez was not gaining power from Zemus. Zemus possessed him to use the power that they were born with from their father.
Yes.
You and Cecil are, like, you guys are just inborn magic. So, in theory, if Golbez can exist as just a fucking hand, then so should you.
Yeah.
But I've never seen my hand continue battles.
We're also talking about perfect cell at this point, of like perfect cell levels of bullshit. And perfect cell wasn't even invented yet. Perfect cell wasn't even invented yet when this game came out. So I agree there's some bullshittery going on here. But plot must be plot, and the bad guy gets away with the crystal. Rydia has rejoined. Rydia has also gained about 10 years and 3 feet and a couple cup sizes.
She also has traded white magic for being the best black mage summoner in the series.
Yes.
Yeah. She is the strongest black mage in the game, like bar none.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The only thing bad about her is her HP scaling is absolutely horrendous, which makes sense when you're trading HP for unlimited power. And I do mean.
Let's put it this way: when we mentioned in the GBA version that you immediately trade out Rosa for Porum when you get the chance, there's a reason you don't do that for Palem. Because Rydia is objectively the stronger mage. She is probably...
Palem gets the spells earlier, but Rosa's magic scaling is vastly superior to Palem.
This is why I saved all of my gold apples that I picked up for the game, was to just give them all to Rydia.
Yeah. And this is, again, benefit of forethought is, Rydia is the nuke. Literally and figuratively. You
Rydia
just have to make sure
you through the rest of this game. Especially if you... Here's the thing. Even the first time through this game, I found the Cave of Summons and I found Bahamut because I explore everything. Mm-hmm. I don't know how I would feel about Rydia if I only had the abilities that she's given and never got any of the optional stuff.
You'd still be okay because the level 3 spells you get are that good that they can carry you through that portion of the game. And then you just receive the Bolt 3 and like Ice 3 and Fire 3 and, on the moon until you get Flare. And then you just flare everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's if you want to do it the hard way. The easy way is you get Bahamut, Odin, Sylph,
you get Leviathan. You get Leviathan. You get Titan. Titan just carries you through like the next portion of the game. Then you get to the Land of Summons. Then you fight the optional boss of Leviathan. Then the Leviathan carries you through the next 2/3 of the game. And then you get to the moon. Then you remember how Reflect works, and you just like reflect off of Bahamut, and you just Bahamut the rest of the game until you get Flare. And then you get just Flare and Meteor everything else.
But yes, that's basically.
Well, I mean, we'll get there because playing this on SNES, getting the moon, is a problem, and was a problem for everyone I knew, because the way Easy Type worked was they changed a bunch of things, but they changed the scaling for the entire game up until you got to the moon, and then left the scaling where it was for the regular enemies, which means you can get to the moon and be 15 levels below where you would be in hard type and get completely destroyed and get punished for playing the game smart instead of over leveling.
Yes. So it's also
This is
worth
why
saying,
I never beat the game as a child.
Yes. This is also worth stating, at this point in time, we've actually gained the third party member who will never leave the party from here on out. Rosa was the second, Brittany is the third.
Brittany's the third, yep.
Mm-hmm.
From this point onward, Rosa and Rydia never leave your party.
But
I think.
I was going to say, you...
I think about that. Yeah, I want to say yes.
The fourth is going to be when we get Sid back, right?
Oh, yes,
He's with
clearly,
us
absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, clearly. We're still stuck repairing the airships, so we have a party of Cecil, Kane, Yang as your melee, with Rosa and Rydia as your mages, which is actually a pretty good party by and large. That's
not bad. You just stick the two mages in the back row, and you know.
Yeah. And if you have the GBA version, you have Punch, so you can charge up Punch and bulk up with Yang, so you can at least have Yang be semi-useful
and
in
make
combat.
him more useful.
Yes.
He's so not he's not Edward levels of bad, but Yang is not great in the original.
He's not
in the original, in the initial Super Nintendo game.
Yeah.
As opposed to in Easy Type. There we go.
Kick does not scale at all. It gets outclassed even quickly by HP scaling of bad guys.
I suppose here's a question. If you had the choice in the basic game to have Edge or Yang in your party, would you keep Edge for the end, or would you do Yang?
You keep Edge for two reasons. Well, yeah, three reasons. One, dual wielding the ninja swords with his ATB stat, he will output more damage just auto attacking than Yang does, even with Yang just punching normally.
Yeah.
Also, Yang can't throw spoon.
Yeah. Two, Yang can't throw, and by proxy, that means Spoon and Fuma Shurikens are free damage.
Yeah.
Three, the ninja spells do have some niche uses in the intermediary of when you get them.
From what I remember from the GBA version, when you can switch characters, Edge, I would prefer Edge as well. But one thing I will point out is I believe Yang has drastically higher stat increases when you level, as opposed to Edge.
A lot higher stat increases once you reach a certain point. The problem being is that you lose him
before you
about when we reach that point, which is coming up.
He's not quite as extreme as Edward, but same concept of if you take them high enough, they're gonna shine.
So this is the thing you learn with Free Enterprise 2. The best way to make all the characters we're describing, Sid, Kane, Cecil, Yang, you want to make them good, you just cast Berserk on them. And at that point, it doesn't matter what weapon they're using, they're still going to punch things hard. Because Berserk is weird in this game with how it scales your stats. It's not like a +2 or a ×2 multiplier. It's like a ×4, ×5. More often than not, when you're fighting Zero-Miss, you just Berserk your melee people and have them get the increased attack ATB speed and the attack, and just have the game auto attack for them, basically. I know for Yang, if you get dual cat claws, his best weapon in the base version, if you get two of them, and equip him with the power bracelet, he starts to punch decently well. And if you bulk him up to let him do his bulk punch, he does hit hard, but it does require more investment than just Kane jumping or even Cecil with a Excalibur.
Yeah. It's basically making the best of mediocre, of the mediocre thing you've been given.
Yeah. Like, he's not terrible, it's just not as good as... More investment to be as good as Kane and Cecil.
Mm-hmm.
But we go through the Dwarven Caves to the Tower of Babel ground floor, have the drawbridge closed up behind us, and have the next difficulty spike occur at this point in time, because now we have to go through the Tower of Babel and only have one save point. No, I'm sorry, two. One at the very entrance and one at the end of it.
Yep. And this is another long one, but as far as story goes, you get to Dr. Lugay, which, again, what a name. Like, it's another two-parter. Like,
Yeah.
Dr. Lugay is, it's like the bumbling idiot sort of doctor, and then he's like, okay, now you've pissed me off, and he's.
Yeah. We kill this Frankenstein monster who actually ends up killing themselves with blowing themselves up. Then we fight Dr. Lugay. And then we have to stop the cannon from firing on the rest of the Dwarven soldiers.
Yeah, this is where I was getting my Yang sacrifice.
Yes,
this is Yang.
And this is when Yang. This is when the monsters who are banning the cannon sabotage them to constantly be firing, and the only way to stop them from firing is to blow up the goddamn room. And Yang, being the genius man that he is, decides to kick us out of the room and proceed to punch everything until it all blows up. Again, wisdom is not clearly a strong suit with the Fabul monks.
Yeah, but he is successful, and again we have another character death. So if you're keeping score, we've had quite a hefty body count already. Palom, Porum, Tella, Yang.
Yeah. And then
I bet they're gonna be really good about this, and they're not gonna do the thing they do in everything, where all these characters aren't dead and later return.
Whatever gives you that idea, Ronnie?
I mean, I assume
Is it
they
a
wouldn't
hunch?
touch that trope. This is such a good game. Why would they, right?
They show so much character growth and attention to the plot detail. It's really they won't pull this ham-fisted trope.
They clearly wouldn't do such a thing, right?
Yeah.
But
we
at least they telegraphed it with Palom and Porum that it was possible.
Yeah. Anyway, point being, we go and take a teleporter to the next section of Tower of Babel, take 2 steps, and then get dropped into another dungeon. We proceed to leave the area that we're in and wind up...
You're trying to leave the tower, and Golbez appears again.
Oh yeah, this is when we're trying to leave the tower, and the drawbridge gets dropped on us, and Sid shows up and picks us up.
Right, and again, Sid, right at the last second, and you realize you have to leave the underworld,
because we're getting chased by the Red Wings.
You're getting chased by the Red Wings. So the immediate plan is, okay, we need to get out of the underworld. So how do we do this? Sid decides he's going to detonate a bomb to collapse the entrance to the underworld. And
I mean, okay, to be fair, the idea is actually not that bad.
No,
let's collapse the entrance with the Red Wings chasing us, so that the Red Wings also blow up, and we neutralize Golbez's biggest strength at this point in time, which is a carpet bomb, which is a fleet of carpet bombers. The idea is not bad. It's the execution that's the problem.
Yeah.
Because apparently the only way Sid can figure out a way to do this is to jump off the airship with the bomb and then blow up in the middle of the air with the bomb in his hands.
Yeah, after you made your escape. So
Yes.
Add Sid to the list of bodies.
Yeah.
The
And we are now left on the overworld with no way back down towards the underworld, where we still have to find at least one of the crystals, because apparently I think it was stated at this point in time.
Yeah, there's still one left.
There's still one left. So we go and explore the only part of the map we haven't been to yet, which is Eblin, where the actual Tower of Babel is located, because it's still sticking out of the ground.
Also, just this hilarious thing with needing to, because you acquire a variety of different craft in this game. You get like the hovercraft very early on. You get the Enterprise, and then you get and then Sid has an attachment to the Enterprise where it can grab the hovercraft from the ground and
claw game it.
Yeah, you can claw game it, which serves two functions. One, to get to Eblan, and the second, if you want to do a side quest to get Cecil's sword.
Your Rat Tail trade for
adamantium.
Yeah, adamantium to upgrade the Lightbringer into Excalibur. Yeah.
Yep.
So we get the claw arm upgrade with the builders of the airship back in Baron.
And
take the hovercraft and go to Eblan, and then find Eblan's a gigantic mess with no one's apparently left alive there.
Yeah, completely deserted castle. So you just raid all of the treasure chests, and
find unusually strong enemies.
Yeah, yeah.
Aaron just decimating the frickin'.
Yeah, like it is ruined. You get and I had made the mistake of trying to raid all of the chests in Eblan early on. So when I came across some of the monsters in the box, done.
Yeah. That's always a fun thing to do in Free Enterprise 2. Is like, who wants to go to Eblan in the first 10 minutes of the game of your seed run? Be like, do you feel brave enough to go and try and raid Eblan before you? Because when you randomize the chest, it also randomizes the locations of where the monster chests are.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so you can random. Now keep in mind, when it randomizes the chest, it doesn't randomize them throughout the entire game. It just randomizes in that area. So, it's a setting. One of the settings.
But you don't just know which ones to avoid.
Yeah, correct. So you have to kind of play the RNG game of, do I want to open up these chests in Eblan, knowing that I'm probably gonna get one shot if I open up one of the bad ones.
How lucky do you feel?
Yeah. But you go through and loot Eblan. You take the hovercraft to the cave, and along the way you start picking up random chests in the cave of Eblan. And you're getting a bunch of gear for somebody that's not in the party yet. You're getting throwing stars and scrolls, and you're just like, I can't use any of these items. What are they supposed to be useful for? Why aren't they here? About 5 steps later, you proceed to see this unnamed purple-haired man fight this red-robed individual, get absolutely bodied and burned to a crisp. Before the red-robed man runs off cackling and says, "If you want to try and fight me again, follow me into the tower."
But he's very mild-mannered and prim and proper about it.
Yeah.
He's good-natured. He even heals you before you fight him.
Yeah, Rubicant is probably one of the Final Fantasy villains that actually believes in a fair fight.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing because it's just you have all the other big archfiends that are just die, and this one's just well, we're going to play this by the Queen's rules.
To be fair, he has reasons to be confident in his own abilities when he has.
Oh yeah, confidence is one thing. I'm not doubting his confidence. I'm just saying he's so gentlemanly in that No, if we're going to fight, we're going to do this at full strength for everyone. We're
Here's 5 elixirs. Here's 5 remedies. You all good now? Good. Boom.
No,
He's gonna buy you anyway.
He gives you full HP MP heal before you fight him.
Yeah.
He's like, all right, fine. If we're going to fight, we're going to do it at full strength, and we're going to. And I admire that quality about him when he just so could have easily just go. Eh.
Yeah, but mind you, at this point in time, this is the first time we actually have the quote-unquote final party. When Edge joins us after Rosa shows up and cures his breathes life into his burnt corpse.
Yes, and also where we start getting the endless Edge hitting on Rydia for the rest of the game.
Yep, not realizing that Rydia is a 9-year-old mentality in a 17-year-old body. But we go into the Tower of Babel, Part 2, and proceed to travel our way up through it. And along the way, we find out what happened to Edge's parents.
Yeah, this is where you find out that the good doctor that you fought just a short while ago was actually a really sick fuck.
It was Hojo, right? Am I thinking the wrong game again?
No, but probably
you're not that far off. Let's be honest.
I'm like, wait, but
I was gonna say, seriously, Hojo definitely took a lot from this.
Yeah, I was gonna say this was Hojo's mentor.
Yeah.
Hojo looked at Dr. Luge and went, "Yes, this is what I want to be when I grow up."
Science not moral. Sounds right up my alley.
Yes. So yeah, another bit of an emotional moment here, especially for Edge.
Yep, where we are fighting the monsterized versions of Ed's parents, who then proceed to regain their humanity and then off themselves.
Yep.
Rubicant calls out the bullshit that Ludwig did and said, "That's fucked up. I'm sorry."
Again, gentlemanly.
You want to go for round 2 afterwards? And Edge is like, "Yes, I will go for round 2, but after I choose to use this anger and frustration to learn the rest of my ninja abilities."
Yes, he does.
And you proceed to fight Rubicant proper this time with the full party member, and this is actually another difficult fight. I should rephrase that. It's difficult in the North America version. In the normal version...
This was a little tricky.
Yeah. This is a difficult fight because more often than not, you're probably underleveled, and you're also probably missing Ice 3. If you have Ice 3, this fight's a lot easier. It still has some difficult moments to it. You still have to make sure that you aren't casting Ice 3 when he's got the cloak closed.
Yeah.
It's the cloak's open. The timing thing, but you know about it being a timing thing because you hear about Rubicant's robe of fire absorbing ice magic for some reason earlier in the game. However, you do have the benefit of being able to use water from Edge via Water Scroll and the Ninja Wave.
And Shiva, if you have it.
And Shiva, if you have it.
No, Shiva, you would have it.
Yeah, Shiva you have already. But either way, you can use those to beat him up when the robe's open, and then just use Bolt 3 or Bio if the robe's closed. But you eventually beat the Archfiend of Fire, and get led to the crystal room where all the crystals are being stored at FF4, and then take a trapdoor, travel all the way down to the back to the underworld.
But
along the way, you decide to commit some air piracy and steal one of the Red Wings airships, and use that to travel to traverse the underworld.
Yep, and you also find out that Sid somehow did not blow himself to pieces.
or die from impact fall damage from falling several hundred miles.
He's saved by the dwarves, but again, how?
I would ask why Sid dropped the bomb, or jumped with the bomb instead of just dropping the bomb. But as we discussed, everyone in this game has less than 10 intelligence except for your main crew. Sid didn't make it to the end of the game, hence he had lower intelligence. He had like a 6. He's like, I got this bomb over the edge.
Which further increased the question of how did he invent airships to begin with? Anyway,
that's a really good question.
Either way, we find out the location of the...
Oh, the other question is why Rosa wasn't sadder.
Yeah. We find out the location of the last crystal and are given the key to where it is located. We go into the cave where it's located, find our way through it, find a lot of demon doors.
Oh,
lot of demon doors. This
dungeon I hated the most. Absolutely abhorred on my first playthrough. I got so mad going through this dungeon because literally every single door in this dungeon is a trap door, and oh my god.
It was the most frustrating dungeon in the game.
It's also subtly a test of your character levels. If you're fast enough, you kill the demon doors before they even kill someone and turn to a different creature. If you're not fast enough, they turn to a different creature, and you lose potential bonus experience you would get out of killing the doors.
I loved this dungeon when I played the Pixel Remaster, because at that point the game is so easy that this dungeon is a joke.
Yeah. If you hit basically with this dungeon, if you're at the proper level, you kill the doors before they even kill a party member.
Yes.
And then you get bonus experience for it because the doors give 5,000. The things they summon give like 4,500.
Once again, this is one of those places where I feel like it was more difficult in the SNES version than it should have been, because you can get through here and not be the level they would expect you to be at.
Yes, correct. Also behind the doors is either nothing, a save point, or a large room of nothing. Or occasionally a chest.
Occasionally a chest, but yeah, that was the other anger-inducing part of this dungeon in my first playthrough, is you'd go through these battles and you'd try and find a door and the game would just be like, ha-ha, fuck you!
But you reach the bottom of the dungeon and find the crystal. And you actually take it. You actually get to properly secure the crystal. It's a crystal. It's one of the crystals of darkness.
Amazing. Our characters aren't failures for once.
Yep.
The only time up until now that they've really succeeded at anything was Mount Ordeals.
Yes. But here we are.
They start leaving. They get attacked by the actual demon door. Having another fairly difficult boss fight.
A classic.
Yes, a classic. And when I saw this the first time, I was just sort of laughing my ass off, because I'm like, really? The boss is a wall.
The boss is a giant wall that's slowly, incrementally moving closer and closer and closer to the party members. And then they eventually get so close enough, and he starts one-shotting everyone. One shot. One shot.
Yep. I mean, honestly, despite the fact that they are sometimes used in the same game, it's basically the Tonberry mechanic before Tonberries.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's also worth saying, because I've talked about it previously in Free Enterprise, Demon Wall is another one of those things where it's like you don't want to see this guy in one of the higher end dungeon spots, because
by the way, That's what I've been doing during the periods I've been quiet, is reading how free enterprise works, because you mentioned it so much.
Yes, it for those unaware, free enterprise works
Because
like
I have
this.
no experience with it.
It is a randomizer for Final Fantasy IV, where it randomizes the locations of a lot of things in the game. And the thing is you just start off with the Enterprise with Cecil, and you just like try and beat the game as normal. Otherwise, but the thing is that with the Demon Wall, if you fight in one of the higher end locations in the game, like as an example, you find him on the moon somewhere. Instead of going boop, 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 he just goes boop, 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 bam, 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 bam. Starts one-shotting people like very quickly.
One thing that I actually, when I'm just reading the challenge, one thing that stuck out to me that I think is really cool is how they gated Fusoya to make him not steamroll the entire game.
Yes.
Where he starts weak, and there are two different ways of doing it. One is he progressively gains strength for each boss you kill, unlocking more spells and abilities for him. It takes 14 bosses to bring him to full strength. Or you can tie his thing to mount ordeals, like with Cecil and Tella.
Yes. A lot of people, when I see them do free enterprise, I usually see them do the boss version first, because that usually scales you properly with Fusoya.
It's easier than doing it behind mount ordeals, because if you end up with him as one of your early characters, you're kind of screwed until ordeals.
Yeah. Well, keep in mind too that the spells you get with Fusoya are random. So you can, in theory, kill two bosses and get Meteo or Flare or Holy even, and just start steamrolling like large portions of the game if you get one of those random spells.
Yeah.
But anyway...
But then again, his spells are random, so he could, in theory, start with one of those spells, even though it's a small chance.
It's a very small chance, but still possible. Either way, we start to leave the cave. Now, notably, if you look at your spell list, you cannot cast exit. You can warp, but you cannot exit. This becomes important, because when you go to leave the cave, Kane pauses for a moment, has a headache, KOs you and takes the crystal and then warps out of there, because he's been mind controlled this entire time.
Yep. Again.
Yes.
No accumulated memory whatsoever.
He's been mind controlled since he joined the party way back in the Tower of Zod.
Yep.
And he just acted like he was part of the party.
Yeah, and your entire hate, your entire distrust of him proves itself once again.
Yup. And with all 8 crystals, the Giant of Babel emerges from the tower and is covered in a gigantic energy field that is nigh unbreakable.
Yep. Well, that's it, everyone. That's game. See, the bad guys won. See ya.
Yep.
Ronnie, you close up. I'm good.
I was gonna say, the bad guys win over and over in this game, because you're not very good at being heroes.
Yep. You go back to the Dwarf King and tell him, hey, bad news. They got all the crystals.
We failed again.
Yep. And then he proceeds to start spotting off the Mystidian legend that's engraved on Cecil's sword. And you're like, wait, how do you know that? He's like, well, that's a legend we've had for centuries. You have Mystidia above on the surface world? You kind of go like, yes. So you go back to Mystidia, tell a town elder, and apparently this entire time, town elder's been praying with a bunch of the black mages and white mages in the town. And with the now concerted effort of all the crystals being lost, he prays even harder, which leads to the lunar...
You're not praying enough!
Yeah. Which leads to the lunar whale emerging from the ocean depths outside of Mysidia.
You know, they had a lot more information in Mysidia than they gave you. That would have been very helpful earlier in the game.
Just a drop! Just a drop!
I understand not saying anything when you were the Dark Knight, but once you came back as the Paladin with the Legend Sword, you think they would have dropped some knowledge on you.
Really don't trust the guy who cleansed his sins and took an oath of paladinship. Really, whatever. Anyway, we take the lunar whale, we fly to the moon, and we proceed to track down what is on the moon.
Fly me to the moon.
Yeah, wrong song. On the moon, we find 8 more crystals. And Fusoya in the middle of all of them.
Yeah, and you find out, and this is where we get, like, plot dumps.
Yeah,
like,
this is when we get the last of the big
learn
plot
what's
dumps.
going on.
Yeah.
We learn that Fusoya is part of a race called the Lunarians. Then that they migrated to this planet many years ago. But upon seeing that this planet was inhabited, decided, okay, we're not going to just take them over because there's humans living here. We're just going to go into a state of hibernation until humans are eventually advanced enough to where we can coexist peacefully alongside them.
Yep. But there's always one that says no.
There's always one that says just wipe out the dumb humans, and that person this time is a guy by the name of Zemus. And he has been mind controlling Golbez this entire time to do all this bullshit because Golbez is a Lunarian. And also, by the way, Cecil's a Lunarian. And they're brothers.
Yeah.
And your father was the guy, and that voice you heard in Mount Ordeals, yeah, that was your father.
Luya, yeah. Here's a question I have. I mean, there's a lot of questions, but... So... Cluya took the lunar whale to this planet and had you guys. You think more people would have seen a moonship come down and fucking say something?
Well, apparently it hit in stealth mode, and we know it's waterproof too because it came out of the water.
So canonically, Cluya. Well, actually, we don't know how old he is. That's actually a point. The Lunarians live for fucking ever. Cluya could have come to Earth 1,000 years ago and only recently had you guys. But canonically, he also is the one who taught humans magic.
Yep.
Anyway.
Even though magic seems to be a pretty integral part of this world.
Yeah. Either way, the Lunarians sealed Zemus deep beneath in the core of the moon. But even this far away, his hate and animosity is such that he can mind control those of a weak will, of which Golbez is one of them.
Okay, he wasn't originally evil. Like the whole premise was him being sealed so long is what led to his malice and anger taking over.
Yeah.
Originally, the Lunarians escaped their homeworld and came to try to inhabit Earth, this place, and found humans, and basically went, "Yeah, we can't live with these guys. They're gonna stab us."
The Prime Directive here. We can't really live on this planet.
So they went, "We'll put ourselves in cryostasis until humans have evolved enough that we can peacefully live with them." And Zemus went, No, I think we should just kill them. It seemed to be easier if we just killed them, and then we could live on the planet. They are basically they are apes standing up right now.
Yeah.
Why should we care? And he constructed the Giant of Babel to do so. And while he was constructing it, that's when the other Lunarians went, "Oh yeah, this dude's nuts. Let's deal with him."
Mm-hmm.
And that's when they sealed him away with the crystals. And it was his malice and hatred from being sealed away that led to his... Like, he was just trying to save his people at the time.
Yeah.
It
So
was
it's
his
also
people turning on him that led to him becoming this.
it's also worth pointing out that there's 16 crystals now. 4 crystals of light,
Wait,
4 crystals of darkness. Yeah. And then we
I
have
don't
4
have
more
enough
crystals.
fingers.
I know, you gotta use your toes for this. You got 4 more
Oh
crystals.
no!
You got 4 more crystals of light and 4 more crystals of darkness on the moon, acting as what I presume to be the counterpoint of helping keep Zemus sealed.
So I would also like to point out that there's one more crystal we didn't count because there is a crystal of flight on the lunar whale.
Yes.
17.
Yes. As the crystal of flight is what is used for interstellar space travel.
I think they heard that we liked the crystals in the previous games and went a little overboard.
So we heard you like crystals, so here, have have all of them. Have every single one.
And it continues because in Final Fantasy VI, frickin' it's everywhere. Magicite is everywhere.
Magicite's different.
And then in Final Fantasy VII, we can mass produce materia.
Yeah.
Also different, not
It's
by
the
much.
same concept.
That's yes. I know. I'm splitting hairs here because I can.
I know.
It's a downloadable content tradition.
Yes. Yes, it is. Either way, Fusoya joins us with the lunar whale to go back to the Earth to try and stop the giant Babel, which is now emerged from the tower, from wiping out all of humanity and just doing pulling a Attack on Titan bullshit move, because that manga's story went from decent to garbage real fast.
Yeah.
Either way, that's neither here nor there. Golbez is trying to pilot the robot to wipe out all of humanity, and then we get a bunch of tanks showing up, and airships, and more airships. And look who's piloting them. It's Yang. It's Palom and Porum. It's Edward. It's all the dwarves. It's everyone's alive.
All your friends.
All of your friends are alive, except for Tella. Because Tella was an old man, driven by rage and hatred.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is Tella is the human equivalent to Zeramus.
Yeah, Zemus, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to no. Well, the point I was going to get at is we're going to find Tella has become Tellarus in the center of the Earth in the next sequel, Final Fantasy IV.
Exactly. Either way, point being,
I would love to see that actually, Ronnie.
That would be funny. Point being, no one's died except for Tella. This is also probably one of the trope originators of everyone's dead. Oh wait, no, they're not.
This, I will admit that when I played this game for the first time, because narrative in an RPG is a massive condition for me. It's my like or dislike of a game. This was disappointing from a story perspective. Like, it meant that all of that emotional, those emotional lows, and were wasted. Like,
it's also worth mentioning too. We knew Yang was not dead if we had done the Sylph Cave.
Yeah, if you did because the cave summons the Sylph Cave. Those are optional. But had you not, and I did not, my first playthrough, I didn't do any of the optional stuff my first playthrough.
Yeah. And as I mentioned earlier, I did all the optional stuff, so I knew long ago he was alive.
Yeah, and that's fine. I mean,
there's actually a side quest. There's a side quest involved with Yang too, being stuck in the Sylph Cave, where you have to go to the Sylph Cave, find out Yang's alive.
Frying pan.
Go talk to his wife, to hit him go back to the Sylph Cave, to hit him with the frying pan to knock him out of his woe be me, I am injured state, to being just, oh, I'm injured, I'll just heal this up soon and get back in the fight. Yeah, see you later. You get something out of it though. I forget what you get.
But like seeing Palom and Porum back being alive, I was just kind of like, oh, like.
Yeah. Apparently, the Elder of Mystia knows the super soft spell.
So, but yeah,
but the combined efforts of the Red Wings with being rebuilt by Sid, the Dwarven tanks somehow getting on top of the surface. I'm going to presume through the use of the claw game on the Enterprise, and the magics of Sylphs from Yang's airships. Also, why does he have airships? I don't know. Anyway, breaks the magical barrier surrounding the giant and allows you guys to jump into the mouth of the thing and then proceed to do a little robotic splunking and get to the core of the thing to blow it up.
Yep. And you do all this. Golbez once again, he confronts the party.
This is okay. I'm pausing you guys for a second because I googled this because it was going to my thing. Rosa is not Sid's daughter.
I thought she
any
was.
Version of the game. No, his daughter is an NPC that gets mentioned like twice in the game.
Then
weird. I thought Rosa was Sid's daughter. Weird. Is granddaughter?
I thought
as far as I can tell, there is no relation between the two of them.
There was...
Other than he kind of acts as a father figure to you and Rosa because he was the older person in the employ of of Baron.
I swore. If Google says otherwise, I'll prove to be wrong. I swore Sid was Rosa's father.
Nope, I'm literally staring at a screenshot of his daughter right now.
Okay.
And it is
okay,
not
that's
Rosa.
Fine. Okay.
But that's why when you guys mentioned it earlier, and you guys were so certain, I'm like, my memory's crap, so I'm probably wrong, but I'm like, I didn't remember that. When did they... I looked it up because I was like, when did they mention that?
I thought she was. I'm mistaken. Okay.
Yeah, no worry. All right. Yeah, no worries. I'm sorry. That was the thing where... That's why I was quiet for a second. I'm like, when did they mention that? Oh, okay.
Okay.
Sorry. Continue.
Yes.
Now I'm gonna have to go back 3 hours ago and retcon this episode. And
well, what you're doing is you're going to say that this was a localization difference. You're just going to change the dialogue.
Brilliant.
In that
we'll fix this in the re-release of this episode, Brian. Don't worry about it.
We'll fix this in post.
Yeah. Either way. We go into the robot. We fight the core of the robot. Another difficult fight. Oh, also, by the way, I forgot. We had the refights of all the 4 fiends, all at once, right before this. Because apparently they were defeated but not killed, and so the 4 fiends.
They were killed, but he used the power of the crystals to recreate them.
Yeah.
Okay. But we fight the 4 fiends all at once again. Well, all at once in the sense of Earth Archfiend, Water Archfiend, Air Archfiend, Fire Archfiend. However, the Air Lady does not turn into a tornado, or doesn't get her magic in physical evade stat boost to high heaven. So she just easily killed this time. Again, we get a free heal out of it from this fight them, run back to the save point, tent up because we probably use a bunch of magic and everything, then we run back into the core. This proves to be an annoying fight, partially because you have to keep one of the cores alive, and also because the main core casts Reflect on it. I'm sorry, one of the little bits casts Reflect on itself.
Yep, and the other heals it.
The other heals it. So you have to kill the healer. They have to kill the healer bot. And then you have to basically just physically attack the main core, because you try and do the reflect bullshit that you've seen done beforehand, where you cast reflect on one person, and then you...
that's what I was going to say, is it's kind of like an upgraded Mega Sisters fight.
Yeah. But the problem being is that if you do the reflect trick, and it hits the other bit and kills it, the boss just starts throwing core 199s at you and just starts like one-shotting the party.
You can't control where it goes when you do the reflect, when you reflect yourself.
There is a very brief window where the reflect will fall off the boss, before the bid recast it. But you
But the
don't
problem
know
is-
when it falls off.
The problem with this fight is, at this point, you've probably been carried for a while through spells and boss battles.
Also,
And
you might
this
too,
is-
at this point in time, your melees are only going to be Edge and Cecil. Because
Mhm.
Kane's been mind controlled this whole time and has therefore not been part of the...
Yeah.
That doesn't sound like him.
Yeah, I know. Shock.
I'm never gonna stop poking fun at him.
I
I'm
know,
sorry.
it's fine.
I mean, I know. Shocker, Ronnie. I know. You think that Kane would realize by now that something's wrong, but whatever.
Yep.
Yeah.
Anyway, so we eventually defeat the core, which by proxy means now this entire thing is just going to return to one giant bomb. We need to get out of here. But beforehand, we go into the control center of the robot. Fusoya uses a crystal to cleanse the evil influence on Golbez, which by proxy cleanses the evil influence on Kane.
Yep.
So now both of them are no longer mind controlled.
Ever.
Yes.
I don't know if I believe that.
Yeah.
I think he might get controlled again
He
in
might.
Interlude or after years.
Yeah, I don't blame you for not trusting it either. And Kane even says outright, yeah, you probably don't have any reason to trust me. However, the other person that was part of your party just left because Fusoya and Golbez have left to go and reseal Zemus.
Now, on one hand, I've betrayed you no less than 6 times, but on the other hand, I can jump really high.
I have a really, really good lance, and the other party member that you just had left. So, take it or leave it. To which my reply would be, can I just grab one of the people that I've seen be alive not but 5 minutes ago?
How about we send you back to Baron? It's fine, you're cured now, but I think I'm going to go get Palom.
You go and guard the airship facilities. I'll take Palom or I'll take Porum. You sit here. I'll just go and kill the bad guy.
What you've done. You
Exactly.
go back to Baron and think about what you've done. You bad man.
Exactly. I'll take Palom or Porum, or I'll even take Yang over you, Kane. And I'll just gain their levels while I delve into the moon.
Well, bad Kane,
Okay.
no biscuit.
So, hear me out. Edward, if his heal worked with elixirs.
Oh. Ooh.
Unfortunately, no. Unfortunately, he only works with just potion.
I know. That's why I said if it worked with elixirs.
But yes.
Like if his ability was apothecary and it just let you use a single target item to do multi-target, that would make him really good.
Yeah.
Either way, we go back to the moon with the full party, and we go to delve into the moon proper and now we enter the actual proper final dungeon of the game. And also where your major gripes are going to be with easy mode, because this is when the hard mode bullshit starts hitting real hard.
Yeah, and like playing the original game, playing the PS1 version, I should say, playing the PS1 version. So by this point, if you've played the game properly, if you've played the game
organically,
if you play the game organically, by this point you're probably at the very worst, like your upper 40s in terms of party level, maybe lower to mid 50s on average.
I think on my very first playthrough, mind you, when I was playing, I was on a cartridge. I was level 50 when I hit the moon, or when I hit the final dungeon.
When I hit the final dungeon, I was, and even on this playthrough of the PS1 version that I just did last month, and I went through all of the extra. I went through all the optional dungeons and got all the optional summons. By the time I hit the final dungeon, I was in like the low 50s, and even then,
things still slap you hard.
When I got to this point in the original game, I was somewhere between level 30 and 35.
Yeah, if you know what you're doing and you abuse the run function, because running in this game is actually surprisingly easy.
Mm-hmm.
You can cheese a lot of the fights with Rydia. And other than the walls being Rubicant and the core fight, you can get through a lot of these fights with just like smart management of resources.
I was gonna say, it was like I didn't abuse the run function, but I didn't grind. And the game on the SNES, the SNES game, like if you played smart, if you played RPGs before, you can get through it pretty easily up until the moon. But because you didn't grind during any of those points where you typically would, when you hit the moon, like I said, you guys are like, I was level 50, and I'm like, I was level 30, 35, so I'm 15 to 20 levels below where I should be going into that. And that's why when I got to the moon, I was like, I can't progress. Well, every enemy was a boss.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, too, is the moon surface by itself is already kind of hard to begin with at that level. If you wanted to level before going into the final dungeon, the only place you had left to go was either Bahamut's area, which was a mini, which actually has most of the monsters of the upper half of the final dungeon.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or you had the Giant of Babel. Now that the Giant's gone, because you
can't go back into it. That's the thing, is if you weren't leveled up enough to be able to take down the enemies on the surface of the moon, or at least like if you have to go heal at an inn after every fight or two, you're never gonna grind up high enough. And there's no other place to go that has enemies that'll give you enough experience. You don't quite soft lock yourself, because you can kill one thing, go heal, come back, kill one thing, but like you're gonna be playing the game for fucking ever.
The only place you can go to do that at that point is you have to go to the Cave of Bahamut, and you have to fight only the gold and silver dragons. And on a first playthrough, and on an organic playthrough, you won't know that.
Yeah, and I didn't. Like I said, this is where I stopped playing the game as a kid. I couldn't beat it. I didn't beat that game until probably 10 years after its release, was when I came back to it and beat it. And I loved the game. I loved that game so much. I tried playing it on the cart multiple times in that time, but the moon was the wall.
It was. And even in my first playthrough, when I got to the final boss, when I got to Zeramis, and everyone was still in there, sort of because at that point the amount of experience points you need to level up is ridiculous. Like we're getting into the hundreds of thousands of experience points.
Yeah. Also keep in mind too, at this point in time, everything from here on out for the final dungeon's optional. There's a bunch of chests you can get. There's a bunch of things you can get that can give your party the best gear in the game.
Yep.
But 3/4 of them are hidden behind a boss.
Yeah, that's exactly it. So it's like by the time I got to Zeramis, I'm level 55, 56 or whatever for everyone, and I just got pasted time and time and time again. And even on my last playthrough, even on my most recent playthrough, I still had to grind everyone up to 60. I needed to get to where at least Rydia would learn Meteo. 60.
You were playing the Pixel Remaster the most recent time, and that is harder than they made changes. No, it's based off hard mode, but they also made a couple changes to make it harder as well.
Well, no, Pixel Remaster. Actually, Pixel Remaster is a joke as far as difficulty.
Yeah. No,
okay.
Yeah.
I heard that they made. I heard they made changes on the moon and fixed some of the things that made it harder than it was.
So
originally.
as I typically do, I played Pixel Remaster organically.
I hadn't played it yet, so this is just what I'd heard.
Okay, so having played and beaten it, the reason why I keep saying the Pixel Remaster is a joke is because the main reason why is because you now need half the experience points to level up.
Yeah.
So,
it just means you don't have to grind.
It means you don't have to grind, which means by the time I got to the final dungeon, and I played the game organically, I didn't grind at all.
Mm-hmm.
My party was about level 80. By the time I reached the lunar subterranean, everyone was about 80.
I suppose this is a... Well, we'll go to the final boss in a second, but I suppose we've danced around a couple times. Can we talk about the different versions? Because we've talked about it a couple times. We'll include the free enterprise in here.
Yeah. So like again, free enterprise is meant to be like a fun challenge thing with some like racing mentality behind it for speedrunning, which is fine.
So from what I'm understanding, the free enterprise is based off of the easy type, so the SNES version, but they put a bunch of the stuff back in.
Yes. I believe what they do is they want you to use like the 1.0 NA cartridge.
Yes.
But they re-enable
that's the easy
type. They re-enable all they choose to re-enable all the abilities and all the Japanese items that were disabled or turned off during the original game. So yes, it is a little easier than.
Well, it also depends on what you're randomizing, because like it's going to be much harder in a lot of ways. They also because I was just reading about it. They also removed all 4 of the item summons, so Bomb, Goblin, Mind Flayer, because they had to add in the optional summons: Asura, Bahamut, Leviathan, the Sylphs. I'm missing one. There's 5.
Odin.
But Odin, thank you. Yes, Odin. Because they had to take those item spots. They also had to take one other item to make space for the extra summon. They didn't say what it was. It's probably cloth armor.
Might have been a shield. There's a couple shields that are like not used at all,
or duplicate. Oh yeah, that's the thing. There's dummied out items as well, so it's probably
there's probably a dummy item. Yeah. Either way, case in point, the versions I played were the original SNES, the Game Boy Advance, and the 3DS.
Yeah.
The most one I had the most fun with was the Game Boy Advance one, because the party swapping was such a massive quality of life change.
So I've played the same ones as you. The next one, which I'm actually going to be playing this year, it's on my list, is the PSP one, the complete collection.
To me, the PSP one, because I did play it, to me that is the definitive version of Final Fantasy IV.
That's kind of what I've heard. My frustration, I feel like I'm going to say that's the best one, is there isn't a definitive edition in that there is no one that has, like, every version makes its own editions, and they don't keep them in any of the further editions.
Right.
Like, the Game Boy Advance one, the only one you can switch characters. The 3D version has different super bosses in an extra dungeon. The PSP version has a different extra dungeon.
Yeah, Game Boy Advance had the character switching and optional dungeon for letting the swapping characters. Right? Yeah, the
lunar summons
to allow them to have the weapon, like have there be new ultimate weapons for the optional characters. So like Yang got like a pair of claws. You had like another type of rod for Palom, another type of cane for Porum, the Apollo harp for Edward, and the Gaia. No, you get like a Thor hammer for for Sid.
Like, out of the ones I've played, my preference for most of the game is the 3D game, but the character switching from the Game Boy Advance one should have been in every fucking game after that. Like, there's no reason they shouldn't have added that in. And I really wish they would have an actual definitive edition where they go, we're just going to add all the things.
Yeah, and
But even if you just keep one extra dungeon, add the bosses from the other ones.
like the PSP version is the only collection where you have 4, the Midquill, and the After Years. It's the only one that has those. Yeah, it's the only one that has all of them in one disc or one. Yeah, because I've the PS1 twice now, the 3DS, the PSP, and now the Pixel Remaster. There are some quality of life additions that they make in the Pixel Remaster that I really wish was in all the other editions. Well, they may have been in other editions, I wouldn't know. Like auto battle, which is nice. A constant up in the corner map, which you can expand, and it will show you where every chest on that floor of whatever dungeon you're at is. That's a useful.
So what you're saying is that you've become a filthy casual.
Yes, I have, which is fine. Because,
yeah, that's fine.
Which is fine. Like, I know some people will complain about, the later versions being easier, because with each successive version there are balance tweaks and adjustment tweaks and glitch removals and things like that. Like, the original Final Fantasy takes about 20 to 25. Final Fantasy IV takes about 20 to 25 hours to complete. I beat the Pixel Remaster in about 11. Because again, you have those quality of life upgrades, and also again, when you only need half as much experience to level up, it makes basically the second half of the game just like, it's almost a snooze fest, because you don't have to grind, and it's just like, as I said earlier, like when I got to the sealed cave and we got all those trap doors. By that point, everyone was already at level 60, and it was just like, all right, blink, 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 blink. I get to the, Bahamut's. I get to those Bahamut's cave and the optional bosses in the final dungeon where you have the best weapons, and I'm just like, all right, ponk, 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 and it's just, and Zeramus, all right, fine, good night. So.
Yeah. But
like Zeramus does Big Bang in the Pixel Remaster, and me, without even like doing any level grinding, we're all at 80. I'm just like, oh, Big Bang? Oh, great. Let me just brush that off. And
do Cure 4, Edge, just start throwing spoons, please.
Yeah.
Okay. Before we go any further on that, just for now, everybody here, obviously, they already know there are spoilers, so they know the story of the game, but they may not have all played the different versions. So here's just a really quick rundown on the different versions. They have both the hard and easy type of the original game. Both were released in Japan, and the easy type is what got brought over here. The hard type has all the character abilities that we've been talking about throughout this whole thing, and it has the correct level scaling. In easy type, the difficulty of the enemies and the amount of experience you get in battles is reduced compared to hard type. They remove a bunch of confusing abilities and basically set it up so early in the game you're pretty powerful compared to hard type, but when you get to the moon, they removed that scaling they did, so you're fighting the enemies as they were in hard type, but you got less experience, you probably didn't need to grind, and it becomes way more difficult. They also removed a bunch of items and different other minor changes.
Yeah.
Then you have the PlayStation game, the PlayStation version, which we mentioned earlier, which introduced the run button.
Yes!
There's a one button to press instead of two.
It also created the first modern translation for the game.
Yes.
Every version after this would be based at least somewhat on the PlayStation version, except for one. Then you have the Game Boy Advance version, which took the PlayStation script and updated it. They made a bunch of changes to make the game slightly more difficult than it was before. Certain abilities work different or have different scaling. And it has you can switch your characters once you see that airship cutscene where all the characters come back, you can now start using them again.
Yep. Mind you, they are the same level and gear as when they left, but they still level as normally. And
at that point, you're getting so much experience, they're going to jump up in levels pretty fast.
Yeah.
It also has extra dungeons, an extra endgame dungeon, and super bosses. That'll be true for all of them, and everyone after this will have its own dungeon and super bosses that are completely separate from all of the rest.
Mm-hmm.
Except for Pixel Remaster.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yes. Well, we're getting there.
I know.
Then you have the PlayStation Portable version, which is goddamn gorgeous. They redid all of the art in the game in this, and it looks like $1 million. It has the same thing you would expect for a lot of PSP games, where it can get tiring when you're playing it with the loading, but outside of that, it's probably the closest to a definitive edition.
It is definitely my favorite version.
It is also the only one to have a mostly redone translation of its own. It doesn't really use anything from the PlayStation 1, but it does grab some pieces from the Game Boy Advance, which obviously came from the PlayStation but were redone. But like 95% of its translation was completely new. And is considered the most accurate translation. Then finally you have the one that's completely different, the DS version. That's 3D!
And voice acted.
Yes, 3D and voice acted. Depending on how you like the models, they either look great or look absolutely terrible. I lean more towards the great. I really liked that. And it's just I had a lot of fun with it. The voice acting was not bad. I have not played the PlayStation PSP version yet. At this point, the DS version is probably my favorite. And then finally, we have the Pixel remake. Brian, if you want to go over that one, because it's the only one I'm not familiar with.
It is basically, they used the original game as their basis. So none of the bonus or additional dungeons or anything like that from all of the other previous editions come over. It's basically it's like playing the original game. It's no frills. Its translation's been done. There's been a lot of quality of life upgrades to it. Like I said, you have a map now in the corner, which you can expand so that you can see every single dungeon, every single chest for each floor. It also shows you the hidden passages in the walls that you would go to find
That's a little too far for me.
That's a little too good. I wouldn't mind if there was hey, cast a spell to reveal the walls, but
you can turn the map on or off. It's not.
This is something I didn't know. You can use Dispel now to get rid of Reflect. That changes several boss fights.
Yep, you can.
That makes this core fight a lot easier.
Yep, but yeah, like I said, so I mean, that map makes it a lot easier, especially if you're a completionist and you want to get every chest in every dungeon. You can see not only where they are, you can see the hidden passages. But again, if you want to play it more true to the original, you can turn that map off. It's not a it's not a set in stone. But the biggest thing that makes it for me, the biggest thing that makes it just a very easy game, and if you are new to Final Fantasy IV and you don't want to have to worry about its difficulty, it is the fact that it's now half the experience points needed, because they didn't change the amount of experience that the enemies and bosses drop. They didn't adjust that accordingly. They kept those experience points the same while dropping by 50% the amount you need for each level. So again, that's why it took me...
Here's some good quality of life stuff from this. Equipment used by departing party members is now automatically removed and placed in your inventory. Why is that not standard in every fucking game that has a rotating cast?
Because it's 1991 technology, and people are still using that technology, thinking it's perfect.
Also, in the Pixel Remaster, you no longer have the limitation from the Super Nintendo where you could only have a certain amount of stuff in your inventory. So Fat Chocobo becomes useless.
Also, apparently, reading it, arrows are now infinite. You only need to buy one arrow.
Yep.
You just buy the ability to have the arrow.
That makes Artemis Bow a lot better too, because the problem with Artemis Bow back in the original was always that you only had like 30 arrows once you stole them off of or had them drop off of a bad guy.
So that was April popping in to give me the we're about to have dinner warning. So we're going to have to wrap this up within the next 10 minutes or so, because we've been going 4 hours.
I was going to say, we've been going for 4 hours. To be fair, we were climbing down the mountain, or the moon, so...
Yeah, it's,
Yeah, we are at the final boss.
We are at the final boss, but yeah.
So we're at the final boss. Golbez and Fusoya have their attempts at trying to subdue Zemus. They succeed, at least at first. They defeat Zemus's body, however, Zemus's soul... hatred, evil, animosity, whatever you want to call it, emerges from the remains and becomes Zeromus, and they try and fight this new form of Zeromus. Find that their spells are not doing as much as they thought they would, so Fusoya tells Golbez to use a crystal. We're now at 18 crystals.
Yep.
For the count of crystals being used in this game.
I'm not even surprised anymore. I'm just disappointed.
But we find that a crystal used by hatred or malice will not subdue Zeromus, and Zeromus proceeds to wipe the floor with everyone, including you guys, including the party members behind Golbez and Fusoya, which is, i.e., all of you.
Because we have not Deus Ex Machina enough yet.
Nope.
Yes, we have not.
We absolutely haven't.
However, Cecil, being a Lunarian, is able to resist some of the damage, and scrambles to his... Yeah. Why? I have no idea why.
No, I was going to say, if it's because he's Lunarian, what about Fusoya?
Well, I don't know why.
He's presumably way more powerful than you.
Well, I'm assuming Fusoya ate the brunt of the blast, and we just got caught in the crossfire.
Fair.
Well, I'm assuming the only reason why Cecil is alive is because he's the main character at this point, so he's the person that has to be around for this. But we go into a fight with Zeromus, with Cecil at 1 HP and everyone else dead.
Seems fair.
Seems fair. Before the fight begins, however, Golbez gives us the crystal, saying that Cecil's the only one that's able to use the crystal to, like, truly reveal Zeromus's actual form. So we go to fight Zeromus, but we proceed to receive prayers of faith and hope from...
I swear that whole thing with the crystal was they wanted to do what they did in Final Fantasy 1, where you get the loot, and then you don't use it until the end of the game, and they wanted to try to duplicate that, but they didn't give it to you early enough to make it matter.
Yeah. I can understand the idea behind the crystal being like, here's the hope and prayer of
like
the planet.
Like have your character have that crystal at the beginning of the game, and have him talking to Rosa at some point where he's looking at it, like that night scene where he's questioning himself and basically going, "This is the only keepsake I have from my family." Have it be passed down from his father who came from the moon. You get the whole thing there, but it's meaningful now. It means something. And you find out what it means later.
Yeah. And so either way, the prayers and hope of the people on Earth are transmitted to you via space-time magic, power of friendship, whatever you want to call it. This heals the party, revives everyone, you all get brought back to full HP. You go into the fight with Zeramus now at full HP, full life, everyone's alive, whatever. You use the crystal on Zemus, the swirling emotions around his new body fade, and you're presented with a gigantic corpse of a amalgamation of emotions, and then you go into the fight proper. Where he's throwing strong physical attacks at you, spells. Occasionally he's shaking. Eventually he will Big Bang and quite literally throw a bunch of stars at you and reverse time and throw a bunch of damage at you.
Supernova, before it was called Supernova.
Yeah, Supernova, before Supernova existed. If you were playing the easy mode version, more often than not, this is when you proceed to go into immediate triage mode, as more often than not, Cecil and Kane were the only ones left alive, and everyone else was dead. And Cecil was maybe on like 300 HP, and Big Bang inflicted an HP sap on you.
Yeah, like this battle.
Yeah.
This battle was why when I played this this is why I needed to be at level 60 minimum.
Yeah.
Because at level 60, Big Bang will do a ton of damage, but not necessarily catastrophic damage.
So the Big Bang does a certain amount of damage to each character within a certain level range, right? Or within a certain value range. On average, you need at least 2,000 HP to survive the Big Bang hit, and then also survive the HP sap long enough to allow Rosa to do a Cure 4.
Yeah.
It depends. If you use a spell on him, when I'm trying to remember if I got this right, if you use a spell on him after he starts casting Big Bang, it reduces his intellect and makes Big Bang do massively less damage, but he will respond with a flare.
Yes.
Yep.
So basically, you want to hit him with a spell and then immediately heal up before the Big Bang hits. But if you do so, Big Bang will do way less damage.
The reason why you do the reason why that's not readily apparent is because the shaking animation.
Readily apparent.
The shaking animation by itself is like a buff from it's like the buff ability from Palin, where he's bumming up his intellect so he can do a Big Bang afterwards.
Yeah.
It's coded so that if you bonk him with a spell, he counters with flare, usually on the person that casts the spell and kills him.
So what I didn't know was you can cast Reflect on yourself, cast a spell on yourself, reflect it to him, it'll still debuff his intellect, but it will not cause him to counterattack.
Because it's coded as
I get that now.
You
never realized that playing.
Yeah, again, organically you don't know that. These are things you'll learn on replays and eventually free enterprise. But generally speaking, about 2,000 HP is what you need to allow everyone to survive, and then survive the HP sap long enough to allow Rosa to get a Cure 4 off. Or at least a Cure 3. Usually it's Cure 3 and a Cure 4, because Cure 4 has a tiny bit longer of a cast time. That can actually matter when you're dealing with like HP sap draining your HP every 3 or 4 HP every second.
Fun fact. And this only happened. This is only for the Pixel Remaster version when you get to this battle. Because you know how the first form of Zeramis, before you use the crystal, he's invulnerable. You can't damage him. So I don't know. This is sort of an urban legend sort of thing. The first form of Zeramis has an item called Dark Matter, which can be stolen.
Yes.
And Square has never confirmed this one way or the other. But apparently that particular item has an effect on Big Bang.
Yeah.
Like...
No, it does. That's not an urban legend.
Okay. Like,
look it up now.
Like, on original release, if memory serves, Dark Matter did not do anything. But on the subsequent re-releases, if you use Dark Matter on him, it either did a bunch of damage or permanently cut Big Bang's damage in half.
Okay. No, there's that. The second thing is that in the Pixel Remaster, the first form of Zeramis actually attacks you.
Yeah, in the original version, he just shakes.
He just shakes. In the Pixel Remaster, the first form of Zeramis actually attacks you. Not for a lot. Like they're just like little. They're just regular physical attacks, but it's not like you can't fully like prepare your buffs and all of that before Cecil uses the crystal.
Well, we also keep in mind too that Zeramis regularly does a move that removes all party buffs and debuffs on them.
Yes, when you get to that second form, yes. But you going into it for the first time, if you've never done that, you wouldn't know that. But yeah, I just found it interesting that one of the changes they made in Pixel Remaster is that the first form of Zeramis is not just a shaking mound of flying spaghetti monster. He actually does do physical attacks and can actually soften you up a bit before you use the crystal on him.
So, in every version of Final Fantasy IV, Dark Matter does nothing except the DS version. In the DS version, it does it gives you access to the bonus dungeon.
Oh!
It is no effect in battle, and no effect on Dark Matter.
I thought it did something on the other versions for like.
I swear to God, it did too.
I just looked
it up on 3 different websites. And
that's weird. I swore Dark Matter did something on like GBA version, whatever. Okay, whatever. So he has 100 and some odd thousand HP. I forget the exact number. 110. It's the ceiling limit of the HP of the bit counter times 2. So 54,510 times 2, so like roughly 110,000. Either way, case in point, you beat Zeramis, he fades away into nothingness, and the world is saved, and everyone goes back to their normal lives.
65,498.
Thank you. So yeah, 65,498 times 2 is 121,000 HP roughly.
Either way, it's a fuck ton.
Yeah, it's a lot for that point in time.
But yes, you beat him, and finally, your quest is over.
Yup.
And Cecil and Rosa get married, and everyone's there except for Kain.
Yep.
And no conflict ever happens ever again. There's nothing that happens.
It makes sense for Kain. Like at the end of the game, like you see him, he's kind of brooding.
Yeah, he's brooding. He's also kind of reflecting on like, okay, I shouldn't have this guilt or this jealousy. And so he's kind of like leaving to the point where it's like, I'm going to go
on his own journey.
Yes, he needs to go see a therapist is what he needs to see.
There is no therapy in Final Fantasy.
Never.
No.
But yes, he has to do his own mount ordeals. And from my understanding, in the sequel, he becomes a Holy Dragoon and basically does that.
That's...
I don't know. I haven't played after
I
years.
have not played it yet. I will be playing it this year. We'll see.
We'll see.
But from my understanding, he purifies himself and becomes a Holy Dragoon. Apparently, he was a Dark Knight Dragoon at this point, and I question how he was able to do that when the only reason that Cecil was because it was his father. Plot holes.
Plot holes and plot holes, whatever.
Maybe they'll create more.
They'll probably create more. Either way, for its time, this was a groundbreaking game. It's also, we haven't mentioned it. We've been remiss in our lack of doing so. This is also the first time we've had the soundtrack be a pivotal plot, or not pivotal plot point, but a major driving force of emotions in the game. So, with the addition of the MIDI soundtrack, allowing the story beats to feel more poignant at the time compared to the normal chiptune you had for the NES.
I feel like they tried to do that in Final Fantasy II Japan. It's arguable whether they succeeded or not.
This game has an amazing soundtrack.
Yeah.
Like I this is one of those where I could listen to it anytime. One of my favorite.
What you should do is use it in the background during your D&D sessions.
And have.
Yeah. What you also do is you also wait for the Final Fantasy 14 soundtrack to come out, and then buy that, which has retellings of a lot of the songs of Final Fantasy 4.
You should just buy the Final Fantasy 14 soundtrack, period. Regardless of how you feel about the game, it has the best eclectic mix of music in any goddamn game ever. Also, it had the most songs in a video game up until Smash Ultimate came out.
Yep.
It was in the Guinness Book of World Records.
There's also a non-zero chance that eventually you might retake that title eventually, just by proxy of more expansions being released.
Smash Ultimate's gonna end someday.
Yeah.
But 14,
it'll
go until Yoshida dies.
Smash Ultimate ended with Sora, technically.
Mm-hmm.
But
so they could add all the Disney songs that they wanted, but they're not going to.
Because this is not
licensing.
Licensing.
And you know, we have spent almost 4.5 hours talking about this game, and you know, clearly 30 years in, it is still being talked about, it is still being played, it is still this has not been sort of a game that has been swept under the rug. We see in later games and later RPGs the influences it had. And so, you know, where do you think Final Fantasy IV stands in the pantheon?
So before a little addendum to that, but I think part of the reason it has become what it is right now, so they keep re-releasing this game. I think the reason they keep re-releasing this game is because it did well enough and was well known enough for a lot of people to remember it fondly, but it isn't beloved enough to be Chrono Trigger or Final Fantasy VI, where they're worried if they re-release it and they fuck it up, the company will burn. The fans will come to the company and burn it to the ground. Like, it's in that nice middle section where we can release this and do stuff with it, but we don't have as many fans that are so obsessed that we're going to get a lot of flack no matter what we do.
This is the benefit of being a trendsetter, basically.
Middle child.
Yeah, no, I don't know. Maybe not middle child per se, but being like a not genre defining, but genre defining. No, not genre defining, but a.
I would say it was genre defining. It's Chrono Trigger and Final Fantasy. Well, Chrono Trigger actually was genre defining in a couple different ways, but Final Fantasy VI was all about refinement. It was making the best version of this specific ingredients that Final Fantasy IV brought to the table.
I guess the best way I can think is like genre setting of here's how we here's the ground floor of what an RPG should be on the SNES. Like here's the ground floor of what you should be aiming for. If you want to improve upon that and make it better and do more character development and more music and what have you, yes, do that. But the ground floor is always going to be Final Fantasy IV.
So, Brian, you asked where do we think it sits in the pantheon of games?
Yeah.
For me, it is an incredibly important game that did a lot of great things, but it does not hold up as well now as it did before. It is not a bad game, but at the time, even 10 years afterwards, I would have said 10 out of 10. At this point, I would say 8 out of 10. It does not hold up as well as Final Fantasy VI or Chrono Trigger, but it is still a solid game that is worth playing.
The benefit of 6 and Chrono Trigger, like you said, is that they've had more time to refine, more time to learn how to use the hardware effectively. Whereas compared to the game that they made in 1991, it's just a 16-bit NES game, for lack of a better term. And even in Final Fantasy V, it's just a 16-bit NES game. It's not until Final Fantasy VI and by proxy Chrono Trigger that you see a lot more detailed sprite work on a lot of the enemies and a lot of the characters.
So you're talking technical stuff, and not that doesn't matter, but for me, it's 6 and Chrono Trigger are better written, even with an accurate translation.
And I was going to get there eventually too. Is 4 at the time is like one of the first RPGs, if not the first RPG on the SNES, which has its own pluses and minuses, but the minus is more apparent when you see. It's kind of like how you see a PS2 launch title versus a PS2 at the end of its life cycle. Like when we say PS2 as a game, like as a system, more often than not, we're looking at it from like the latter half of the console life cycle. We don't usually take attention to the first year or two of a game's or of a console's life cycle. But we're still talking about Final Fantasy
VII.
Well, yes, but that's because North America loses its goddamn mind over gigantic swords. Either way, point being is that we're still seeing the releasing of 4. So obviously there's something there that happened, even with it being a console release era game.
I mean, you're right, but I don't necessarily think the number of re-releases is equal to quality, because once again,
I agree. My personal opinion is Final Fantasy IV is like an 8 or a 9 out of 10. The knocks I have against it are the story being kind of I don't want to say basic, but it's a basic hero's journey and doesn't have as much character development as we see in later games. But I can't hold that too much against them because that's them still learning how to properly utilize the hardware with the limitations they have of translation.
I'm not holding it against them, but when I judge a game, as I said earlier, I judge its importance based on what it did at the time, but I judge how good it is based off of the standards I currently have.
Yeah.
And it's like I'm at the same place as you. Like I said, it's to me it's an 8 out of 10. It is a solid game. It is worth playing, but it does not hold up quite as well as some of the iconic games of that era.
Yeah, and part of that's just due to lessons they learned while making 4 and 5.
Absolutely, they needed to learn it. That's why it's important.
You gotta walk before you can run.
How about you, Brian?
I mean, when I played this initially, I mean, this became one of my favorite games of all time. And even now, it's still, if you asked me, give me, what are your favorite Final Fantasy games? 4 is up there. Time has not done it a kindness. Like when I replayed Final Fantasy IX on stream a couple years ago, my like for that game went up considerably as I understood. The plot was much more nuanced than I initially understood it to be when I played it as a teenager.
That's because it's a wonderful game.
It's a wonderful game, but I didn't think so at the time when I played it, having just played 7 and 8 prior.
Hey, Deej and I had upsold you on it for years, so I'm glad you enjoyed it when you did play it.
Yeah, I mean, I played it when I was a teenager, and then I played it a couple of years ago to see if my opinion of it would change, and it did. It did. I found it.
Sorry, go ahead.
But whereas with 4 is again. I mean, and I agree with a lot of what the points that you both of you made. Going back to that time at 30 years has not really done a great service, because with age and experience of playing lots of other RPGs that came after it, you notice the flaws more, both from a story, primarily from a story standpoint, and I think,
let's be honest, if it was written as well as Final Fantasy VI, but it still had the tech limitations, I would not be anywhere near as hard on it.
I don't think
the tech limitations are understandable, but writing, you knew how to write. Like, the rules of writing have not changed since the early 90s.
And yeah, I mean, I'm not digging it for that. I'm just...
No, I completely get that. That wasn't a dig at you. That was me just going, I judge it more harshly for its writing than I do for its gameplay limitations.
And I think that because of the sheer amount of re-releases this game has, that definitely muddies the water a bit as far as people's recollection of the game, because depending on which version you play, you're going to have a completely different experience. Like, my first version was the PS1, and
the twins' abilities are completely different in several of the remakes. They always have twin cast, but Cry and Bluff, I think, whatever the crap it's called, they actually do completely different things. Bluff becomes a group-wide confuse, when in the early games it increased intelligence.
Yeah, they increase his intelligence for their next spell cast.
So
yeah,
because of all of the remake, the different versions, I think this is where it works against Final Fantasy IV, in which I feel that Square may have tinkered too much.
I think a major issue is there is no definitive edition. I don't know what version I should recommend to people out of all of them. Like,
I think with the Pixel Remasters, they're trying to say the Pixel Remasters should be what you're trying to recommend to people nowadays, for people trying to play it for the first time. Yeah, the problem just being that it's hard to do that when it's like a kind of an upscale iOS mobile game almost.
Well, since the Pixel since the Pixel Remasters are literally, they're using the original game as the basis. They're like
they aren't. I just looked it up. They did not use the original game as the base. They rebuilt the entire game in Unity, and they used pieces from all of the other releases. The town and dungeon layouts and sprites were taken from the Game Boy Advance game. They took stuff like they built this as a Frankenstein of pieces from every other version.
I did not mean use the original game from a technical standpoint. I didn't mean that they
No, but I
used...
mean, like they didn't even pixel remaster the original sprites. The sprites were from the one of the other remakes.
Right. But I'm saying, like, in that they're using the original game in terms of it doesn't have any of the frills that came with later releases.
I would argue it's probably the most different of all of them outside of the DS version,
All
in
right.
that all of the stuff that it does to make that game easier are more influential than anything any of the other games did.
Okay. That's valid.
Like
So-
removing the item limit, having the amount of XP, like these aren't small changes. These
No,
are
they're not.
huge
No,
changes.
they're not. Which is
for an
why.
RPG.
So if you're someone who has played,
I don't like just from the changes they made to an already easy game. I don't think I can recommend the Pixel remake at all. I'm not sure what version I would recommend. Like, I think the version I should recommend would be the PSP version, but who can play it?
In my personal opinion, the best version to play if you want to try it for the first time is probably going to be the Game Boy Advance version, but you have to get an edited version to not use the Game Boy Advance sound, because the Game Boy Advance sound is garbage.
I know it is. I think for me, the version I would recommend would be the DS version, if you want to play it physically, because there's a million copies of those. It's very easy to find.
If you want a physical version of Final Fantasy IV to play...
And if you want to go emulation, then yes. If you want to go emulation, I would tell them, go with the Game Boy Advance with a sound patch.
And I would say if you want a physical version or the PSP is for me is my definitive version of Final Fantasy IV.
The problem being you have to find a PSP that's operational, then find a disc that's also
that's why I say
operational.
That's why I say you can also emulate it.
That's my whole thing is like they've not because of the changes they made in the Pixel remasters. I can't recommend that as the definitive version for people to play, but every version of this game has a caveat to it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and that makes it hard.
Original NA has easy mode and translation issues. Game Boy Advance has sound issues. PSP and PS1 have loading issues, like physical loading.
The PSP version specifically just has an issue in availability. Like, not that many people have PSPs.
Although I found it very interesting that a couple years ago there was another print run of the PS1 Final Fantasy Anthology and Chronicles collections. So you could find them on Amazon. I mean, if you happen to have a PS1, a PS2, or an early PS3, you can play those. You can buy them and play them. But
so DS has the issue of probably being the hardest of them all, in my opinion. And then Pixel Remaster's issue is probably that it's just a little too easy. Like you're over level. I think is what
it sounds way too easy.
If you want to play just the story and not deal with the grind of the game, I would say get the Pixel Remaster. But if you want a challenge, then pick another version, because
or emulate it. There's literally 30 years of emulation of this game with different versions of the game with new translations, fixed stuff, added stuff. I was literally just reading one where they added Golbez as an extra character late in the game and literally changed the plot around it.
Oh,
like there are all there are all kinds of stuff you can do if you're willing to dive into the world of emulation.
Yeah. The benefit of ROM hacks is the fact that you can do stuff like that. But it also allows for potential fixes or translation updates that are a combination of fan updates and also later releases being updates being backported by fans. But I believe
I gotta get the ROM hack where I can have Kefka as a playable character.
Oh, please no, no! I don't want a crazy clown as a playable character.
It's important.
Very important. All right,
but I believe Brian's gonna get going.
Yeah, because I've now been. I just got the dinner is getting cold message from April, and we've been again. We're over 4.5 hours, but this has been fun. This has been a freaking blast. So again. Thank you so much for all of you out there who have been, listening or watching through this. All the episodes will be up on our website, iTunes, YouTube, Stitcher, Google Podcasts, Spotify, and this will remain on Twitch for 14 days as a VOD. So I just put the link in the chat. So next, hoping to do another episode next month. I'm hoping to make this, hoping to do this make a monthly thing. I want to talk about some serious stuff on the next episode, but I will keep the audience in suspense.
Ooh.
There's a lot of game drama over.
Oh, yeah.
Just from 2021 alone, we had a lot of things, even outside of the garbage fire that is Activision Blizzard.
Yeah, we got Activision.
They're not the only ones. We got Ubisoft. We got all the stuff with the Amico. We have all the NFT stuff going on with a dozen different video game companies. It's a dumpster fire.
We've got shit to talk about, so hopefully you will come back to us next month. So if you want to know, want to keep up on when we're going to be on next, jump on the Twitter. The link is again down below, which I will be making more active. Because again, if you are listening, if you are watching, and you want to jump in with some opinions of your own, feel free to do so. So, Ronny, it's great to be back.
Yep,
it is great to be back, and hopefully you'll keep seeing the three faces here with some other people. Eventually.
I hope so, and maybe the two Rons will also have a spin at hosting. So. Because I'm sure they've got ideas they want to throw out as well. So
it's good to be back.
It is great to be back. Yep. All right. So for Brian, for Ron, for Ronny, thank you all so much. And welcome to Season 11 of Downloadable Content. Have a great one, everybody. See you next time.